the shine of her hair, the magic glow of a halo girl goes with her everywhere. One look and you're sure stars are twinkling there, for halo has magic to glorify hair. Gives that look again, look to your hair. You can always tell a halo girl.
The magic of Halo shampoo is pure and simple. Halo's modern cleansing ingredient is the mildest possible, the purest possible. Halo glorifies as it gleams.
You can always tell a halo girl.
Now for stabbing pains, sore aching muscles, sprains and strains, comes a new European discovery with remarkable medical proof of relief. It's Infrarub, new Infrarub with working warmth. See how Infrarub's working warmth radiates relief for muscle aches and pains. Yes, Infrarub is so effective, it's actually been proved in arthritis clinics. Proved to relieve even minor arthritis pains for hours. So imagine the relief Infrarub brings for your ordinary muscular soreness. Listen.
As a busy mother with plenty of housework, I get my share of sore, achy muscles. But Infrarub brings me fast, soothing relief. I can work, even enjoy bowling after a busy day. Believe me, Infrarub really works.
Proved in arthritis clinics, Infrarub's working warmth radiates relief for muscular pains. Get Infrarub.
Pick a look, any hairstyle. Then pick a lilt, and you'll get that hairstyle. Now, for the first time, Lilt brings you home permanents made and marked for the hairstyle you want. Right on the package, Lilt tells you the style you'll get. Want a loose casual style? The new Lilt, made and marked for loose casual styles, will give it to you. No need to know your hair type or texture. Want a medium style? The new Lilt, made and marked for medium styles, will give it to you. No test curls, no timing worries. Want a very curly style? Then new Lilt, made and marked for very curly styles, will give it to you. So pick a look. Any hairstyle, then pick a Lilt, and you'll get that hairstyle. Lilt, the only home permanent made and marked to give you the hairstyle you want.
To all of you folks from Jersey City and points west, south, north, and east, I'd like to talk to you right now about Phillips Milk of Magnesia toothpaste, if I may. You see, many dental authorities say that a major cause of tooth decay are mouth acids. And unfortunately, all of us happen to have mouth acids, everybody, no matter what walk of life you're in. If you want to cut down on those mouth acids, then you want Phillips toothpaste, because there's a special ingredient in Phillips that neutralizes those mouth acids on contact, which is mighty, mighty important. Now, another very important thing about Phillips is its taste. It's got a really wonderful, cool, minty, nice spring flavor that you're going to love. It's hard to tell you exactly how a toothpaste tastes, but Julia will tell you where to get it so you can try for yourself and see what I mean.
Well, Mother, you can get Phillips toothpaste at any local drug counter, and we hope you're not going to waste any time. Get some right away, and you'll love it.
All right, remember, it's Phillips toothpaste at drug counters everywhere. Whoa-wee-whoa-wee-whoa.
What's the best way to reduce? Eat what you want or starve yourself? Starve yourself? Wrong. A half-empty stomach causes hunger tantrums. Now you can avoid hunger tantrums, lose weight naturally and fast. With the RDX full stomach reducing plan, you fill your stomach, yet fat just seems to melt away. And safe, pleasant-tasting RDX tablets contain no dangerous drugs, no hormones. So if you want to eat and lose fat, get RDX at your drugstore today.
Let's talk about Dear Rinso Blue, shall we? You remember the old line about how high is up? How high is up could be, you know, like that high, could be this high, could be that high. Any kind of high. Doesn't make any difference. But I suppose there must be a real accurate scientific type answer to such questions. Questions like how white is white. But for me, when I think of whiteness, I think of how white Rinso Blue gets my shirts. Because that is just about the whitest white that there is. You see, Rinso Blue blues as it washes, right in its own hot, sudsy water. And you don't have to mix anything. You don't have to stop your washer to add the bluing, because everything you need is right here in the box. And that bluing action works during the whole cleaning cycle. So whiteness is therefore washed into your clothes and not just rinsed in. And Rinso Blue not only gets white things whiter, it's wonderful for colors, too. Makes them look fresher, you know. Now, if you washed a print with red roses on it, those roses would come out looking just picked. You take my word for it, everything that you wash in Rinso Blue will come clean because Rinso Blue has special cleaning powers. For instance, there is one called a penetrator that reaches right down into the fibers. Then there is an extra cleaning ingredient to take care of extra soiled spots. Extra spoiled sots. Extra soiled spots. And last of all, but certainly not least important, there is a rinse clean action that holds dirt away from the clothes. Now, all of these powers, they work together, you see, like a team of little magnets to loosen, to lift, and to pull the dirt from your wash. So the next time that you do a wash, you put those special cleaning powers to work for you. Pour Rinso Blue into your washer, and you will see with your own eyes that there is something magnetic about the way Rinso Blue works. You try it. Real great stuff.
Your attention, please. Please do not smoke in the terminal building. Smoking is only permitted in the specified smoking areas.
Zach?
Thank you.
OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. Gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. Gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. Gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. Gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate. Niggas don't know what to think. Thought I get money, you change. What you thought we was the same? Still stay away from them clones. Niggas better leave me alone. Talking about niggas is low. Cool. Run with niggas who don't know you. Whoa. I make that zagging when city to city. You niggas not hot in your state. If it was money to get a hit Henny, we get it and never complain. Same go for the gang. And we split it up all the same. I can't really eat, let's stay straight. Cause we go way back in the day. My day ones from back in the day. They still hang around me today. You wanna come round us, you can't. I'm rolling up loud, it's great. But mama, she bad but complain. Cause I'm too in love with my dreams. And I gotta get on the plane and go get this money with Angie. I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. Gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. Gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. Gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. Gang, gang.
I get the bag with the gang. Taking that Zach to the bank. And it be all in my drink. You niggas is stupid, you think that should change? You not even hot in your gang. Ain't nothing even hot about your gang. You niggas be lying about same. Be posting them pictures of guns for the fame. Niggas just look at me different now. Say that's your man, but he a clown. But fuck around with the fuck arounds. Little nigga, you should cut it out. Me and my niggas take different routes. Punch a bitch nigga all in his mouth. Hold up my nigga, we different now. I need a Rari, this is my style. I get a check today, I spent it all tomorrow. I get a bitch today, she probably a foreign model. I get a check today, I spent it all tomorrow. I'm with my gang today, tomorrow never promise.
OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. Gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. Gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. Gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. Gang, gang.
I think I'm cute. I know I'm sexy. I've got the look that drives the girls wild. I got the moves that really move them. I send chills up and down their spines. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I make them hot. I make them shiver. Then We're on cloud nine. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Eat your heart out, girls. Mike, hands off the merchandise. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Welcome everybody to a very special edition of the Pocket Locker Podcast. I am your host with the most, all the way from the East Coast. And as always, folks, I am in airplane mode. Folks, we got a great show lined up for you. We got some very special shit to talk about. But before we do, let's go ahead and catch a vibe. You know what? Let's go a little old school, stretch it on now. Let's go ahead and catch a vibe before we get into our communion. This one's called Shot of Jers Pull Up.
Yeah. She be getting her hair done Tuesday. Where you going? Feet up, relaxing, sipping that Douce. If this was 2K shit, I could hit you on my two-way, or I could try to make you my new babe. I laid the dick down proper, it's a new day. Who ordered expensive lobster and souffle? Now that'll be me. Had to pull up in that CP3. Now do you love me, look key? Shot town to New Jersey, we gon' pull up. Hell yeah, I got the hook up. Anytime that you need me, we gon' pull up. Damn right, I got the hook up. And saying you gotta act brand new. Nah, I can't stand you. Had to bring you round just to show with the fam do. No text, no calls, no reasons to be involved. Young John Wall taking what's give it and get it off. Come on.
What you doing, girl? Pull up on me. Got a lot of time living in the moment, like in the city with the gas going for you. Boy, come get you in and playing on corners, like disrespect about me. Gang, I gotta get some motherfucking alcohol. There that.
Now let me tell you
days I'm in the hood like what it is. I might slide up on you like what up, bitch. Cause you know I like to play with you. Come spend the day with you, come kick it, seeing what it do. You feeling comfortable, I make the move. But now it's different though, I guess it's cool. You wasn't shy about my love, remember after school days when I picked you up. So now you fucked around and changed, almost messed it up. See, I ain't changed, baby, trying to catch a plane with you. Came back around to show you that I'm made for you. And here you go with the same old song on your weekend shit. I might just wish I never met her like Call Tom is. But I ain't tripping no. Stay up on the grind, we gon' get some dough. And you got that good ass brain, I had to let you know. I really wanna let you know. So tell me where you wanna go and what you wanna know. Well, What you doing, girl? Pull up on me. I ain't got a lot of time living in the moment. I'm in the city with the gas roll for ya, and I come get you and playing them corners like no disrespect about me. No disrespect about me. City, so you know I'm about it. So you know I'm about it. I can tell you about it. Now let me tell you about it. Playing, no, I had to doubt it. I had to doubt it.
Lena is in airplane mode. Let's get it. I hope Cameron's in airplane mode. I don't know. Cameron might have clients. Nigga, fuck your job. Let's get high.
What you doing, girl? Pull up on me. I ain't got a lot of time living in the moment. I'm in the city with the gas roll for ya, and I come get you and we bend them corners like no disrespect about me. No disrespect about me. City, so you know I'm about it. So you know I'm about it. I can tell you about it. Now let me tell you about it. Playing, no, I had to shout it. Playing, no, I had to doubt it.
Man, the production on that track is crazy. All right, y'all, let's get into this. Let's get our communion going so that we can get into today's program. Y'all already know the drill, and if you don't, act like you do. Please raise your glasses and hold on to your asses. Through him, with him, in the unity of the flying man. All glory and honor is yours who flied for our sins forever and ever. You may drink. Whiskey and energy drink. I'm ready to fuck somebody all over here. Let's see. All right, folks, that's our communion hymn, and it's time to get into our communion song. I see James Epperson has joined me in Gather, so I'm going to go ahead and play the Foy Vance song, because James, and I know James is limited on his love of hip-hop, so we appreciate him riding with us. Oh, man.
Old school hip-hop, that's all I'm saying.
All right, gang, here we go.
Dublin, and he's going to play us out. Foy, you're going to play what to finish us up?
Do you know what? I don't know the name of this song, actually, but I know the song, and so will you.
Oh, I look forward to this. Foy Vance, take it away.
Making your way in the world today takes everything you got. Taking a break from all your worries sure would help a lot. Wouldn't you like to get away? Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You wanna be where you can see troubles are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name. Well, all those nights when you got no lights and the check is in the mail, and your little angel on the countered by its tail. Your third fiancé didn't show. Well, sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your name, and you're always glad they came. You wanna be where you can see troubles are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name. Well, you get out of bed, the coffee's dead. The morning isn't looking bright. You shrink right off to Europe and he doesn't even write. Your girlfriend says she's not a girl. Be glad there's one place in the world where everybody knows your name. And they're always glad you came. You wanna be where you can see troubles are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name.
All right, Wayne, have a good one, bro.
You wanna be where you can see troubles are all the same.
I hope I got
you
that right. I don't know if I got that right.
Everybody knows your name.
I appreciate all you guys. I think Cameron was first, Lena was second, and Caterpillar was third. But I appreciate everybody for being here.
Boy, Vance. Most common word coming in by text, boy, is goosebumps. Believe it.
All right, gang. Let's start knocking them down. Let's go ahead and get into this shit. So, just so you guys know, James and I are in the captain's room here in Gather. You can go ahead and join us if you have access. Otherwise, there is a link to the Cafe Gather in the description. And you can use that to call in if you're not a member and you're just checking us out and you want to call in. All right, now, the first thing we're going to talk about, let's start with having some fun. First, we're going to talk about this gem that our homeboy Sean sent to me that is literally a song about fuckface Doug. Where the hell? Hang on a sec. I gotta pull it up. I thought I had it pulled up. I was sure I had it pulled up. No, I was just using the wrong browser. Give me a sec, y'all. I'll just pull up my email and grab it again real quick. This is fucking great. All right, this is the wrong email address. Oh, that explains that. In the meantime, James, how you doing today?
Oh, I'm doing really good.
I don't know if you caught last night's stream, but I started it off by saying Elijah was bullshit. Muhammad was bullshit. Moses was bullshit. Jesus himself was fucking bullshit. But the prophetic word of James Apperson was right on point. That bitch Rebecca is back before the calendar turned.
Yeah, I called it.
You did. You knew.
Going full Nostradamus on
that is, I said that is full evidence of the gifts of the spirit of doubt right there. Yeah. Oh, man. And it was right for the most weaponized. Did you see her little video? It was awful.
I saw the first few minutes, and I just couldn't resist the urge to punch something in the face, and I was the only person in the room. So I just closed it.
Oh, it was absolute dog shit, man. I mean, it just right back and first out the gate. How to pray your atheist dead relatives into heaven anyway. Just... I have learned absolutely nothing. Two middle fingers in the air. Rebecca is back on that ride or die bullshit.
So I really wanted to do a stream about it. Now, someone told me you were about to stream last.
Oh, I did. I couldn't. I had to be first. I had to. I was laughing because we were watching Monday Night Football, and I said, for the first time ever, I am more invested.
I'm sick of all these little baby Christians that they're like, oh, let's stop fighting.
I said, I'm more invested in the end of this game than any of the football players on the field.
Truth. Oh, my God. And I wanted to watch you stream, but I came to your channel, and I refreshed it for a minute or two.
Hey, man!
You haven't started yet. I was tired.
This makes sense.
Later.
Oh, so you passed out? Yeah. It was fun though. It was so bad. All right, so I've got this clip here. Can you see my screen back there? Yeah, you can, right, James?
Yeah, I can see it. Which one is Cameron talking about? Which stream should I watch? Rebecca's or yours from last night?
Oh, I think he's talking about the stream from last night.
All right, fair. I'll check it.
Yeah. But, all right, you ready for this?
I'm ready.
All right, so here's this song that is, in my estimation, about Doug. Here we go. Let's have some fun, y'all.
A little while before we went into lockdown, a boy in my class came up to me.
Hang on a sec. I got the ranch echo going here somehow. Sounds like we didn't need the right thing. All right, Myron, but oh crap! Is it because of my screen sharing thing? Let's see if it's James. It might be. Oh, James. It might. Let's see what's going on. I don't know what the hell's going on here. Let me do a quick little sound check here, just because we've got to guess. I want to figure out where this damn echo's coming from.
Again, I don't know what the hell I'm talking about.
What browser is she coming from? Yeah, this one. All right, cool. Give me a tab, a YouTube. This is good to go.
Wow. Hey.
I just get capitalism everywhere. I just cannot avoid the capitalism. All right, now let's see where that sound is coming from. Everything sounds fine. All right, let's get it.
And said that his dad told him to stay away from Chinese people. After I told him that I was Chinese, he backed away from me.
Oh, there's just a lot of echo. I didn't realize this.
Experience. So this is about him and all the other racist, sexist boys in this world. 1, 2, 3.
Let's go! Oh, so good. That was amazing. And as soon as I saw that, I was like, "Whoa! They watch Pinecreek Politics." I didn't know that. That's amazing. But it has to. It just touched me in my heart. In my heart of hearts, Myron told me that song's actually about Doug. He just did, and I had to share it with you.
It's too terrifying.
I think they did a wonderful job. Kudos to them for shouting out all the racist, sexist boys who deserve to be called out and have songs made humiliating them for their patheticness. Oh, man. Definitely fun. All right, look at the trees with skanking and two-stepping. I appreciate that.
Full disclosure,
Go ahead, James.
Full disclosure, what people don't know about me is I'm totally a racist. I am. I'm a racist. Every time I see a human, I feel suspicious about it. Every time, man.
Yeah. Fuck all of y'all.
Fuck all y'all. Watching you.
All right. So now there's some very interesting things to talk about. I don't know if you guys heard, there was this attempted coup on January 6th of last year. And we have some people in our community that are still trying to basically gaslight us, basically, by telling us that wasn't really a coup. They wouldn't really have gone through with it. Mike Pence's life wasn't really in danger. What if it wasn't that bad? They were just expressing their malcontent with the election result. They didn't actually choke out Nancy Pelosi. I mean, come on. So because of that, unfortunately, we have to keep going through all the evidence so that we can make sure we know exactly what happened, so that we know who's who. Unfortunately, the same fuckfaces defending these idiots, were too busy to watch the January 6th committee hearings, too busy to do their own research, even though doing their own research is the problem to begin with. And of course, they're not going to be paying attention as all these little, I shouldn't say little, but as all these nuances and additional details come out. But it's time to really, I don't know, y'all know me, I'm all about, let's just be more open about things. I guess it's kind of like Uncle Bobby. It's like I'm feeling like I have more of a personal need to really speak my mind about things. And I'm just at this place where, credit to people like James Apperson, it's that whole, I noticed it wasn't a deal breaker for you. And that's a deal breaker for me. It's like the question of the day is like, can you see any, acceptable reason to continue to vote for Republican? And for me, it's like, no. There comes a point you have to accept the group is bad. We have these things. It's funny that the Christians want to sit around and talk about objective morality all the goddamn time when they demonstrate absolutely none. Where is the bottom? What is too far? What is actually sacred? Nothing. When let's ask them. Do you think they're bad people? Yes. Well, who the
idiot
fuck are they?
Or willful piece of?
You know what, guys? The answer is yes. Idiot or willful piece of shit. That's a funny. I love that clip, but it's obviously that sound bites about. Well, not obviously, but y'all. Some of y'all know that's Prophet Azad, and if you know his hatred the way I know his hatred, that's about William Lane Craig. But it can be said about all of these, I hate to say it, Christian and Republican apologists. I hate to throw them in the same group, but to me, they're in the same group. And no, I'm not saying only the people who overlap. Literally, I feel the same way about Christians that I feel the same way about Republicans. I know there are a lot of Christian Republicans, but if you identify as either, I put you in this camp. So yes, we'll touch on how that therefore includes even my own fuckface family. But yeah, let's just go ahead and jump into this and see what we're dealing with.
And Willie, we start this morning with the Mark Meadows text messages. Boy, he was receiving a lot of them from members of Congress, the president's chief of staff.
Yeah, shocking stuff here. Perhaps not surprising, but it remains shocking. Nearly 2 years after the January 6th insurrection, thousands of previously unseen text messages are revealing the lengths to which Republican lawmakers went in their efforts to overturn the 2020 election. Talking Points memo has obtained 2,319 texts that were turned over to the House January 6th committee earlier this year by former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows. They show Meadows in conversation with at least 34 Republican members of Congress, with many of those lawmakers sharing debunked conspiracy theories about a stolen election in order to help then-President Donald Trump stay in office. In one text sent to Meadows just 3 days before Joe Biden's inauguration, South Carolina Congressman Ralph Norman writes, quote, Our last hope is invoking martial law. Please urge President to do so. It's unclear if Meadows responded
the
to that
exchange
message.
thing is
He
the
did,
main
however,
event, so I'm trying to
respond
get
a plan to
we're going
overturn
to get
the
this
election
out the way.
floated by Arizona Republican Andy Biggs.
And we'll spend the rest of the show talking about
Biggs
that.
raised debunked claims that a substantial number of illegal immigrants had cast ballots. Meadows responded, quote, "I like it." The texts also show extensive efforts by Pennsylvania Congressman Scott Perry to have environmental lawyer Jeffrey Clark installed as Attorney General in the final days of the Trump administration. You remember Clark was dismissed by the people at the Justice Department. If we have an oil spill, we'll let you know if we need you. After responding once to that, the text exchange shows Meadows ignored multiple messages from Perry. Included in those texts, a popular right-wing conspiracy theory about an Italian defense contractor stealing the election for Democrats. These texts have not been verified by NBC News, may be missing some context. NBC has reached out to those involved in the messages.
Did y'all hear it? Y'all hear it? Maybe missing some context. That sounds familiar. What the fuck is the context?
Every time those motherfuckers have is missing context.
James, they were really making dinner plans. See, all that stuff about, a coup and all these different theories. That's out of context. It was quite an odd menu at this restaurant. They were just planning a banquet that happened to be on January 6th. It's the same playbook, y'all. Oh, man, that was funny.
For responses. Joining us now, investigative reporter for Talking Points Memo, Hunter Walker. He's one of the reporters who reviewed those texts to Mark Meadows. Hunter, it's great to have you here with us this morning. So we just a couple of snapshots there from a couple of the members of Congress who are
BLM.
Still there, by the way, and will
Tupac.
hold real power in about a month or so. Can you just sort of give us a broad view of what these texts show beyond those snapshots? Is that representative of what most of these members of Congress were saying to Mark Meadows?
Well, our story on the Meadows text is going to be a series that we roll out over the course of this week and perhaps beyond, because there's just so much in there. And the main takeaway, we were focused on members of Congress yesterday, but Meadows was engaging with people in local government, with right-wing activists, members of Congress, senators, House members. This was a broad plot at every level of government and really every level of the Republican Party. We see dark money groups. We see sort of street-level activists like Amy Kramer. And they were all, working together on various plans to overturn the election. The other big thing that I would point to—
This is so ugly. This is so ugly. It reminds, because it's almost like like you're engaged in something truly noble. Because on the side of progressive policies, this is what you often hear. We need all hands on deck. We need every level of government engaged in this, right? And you reaching out to your community organizers, and you're working with the governor, and you're calling, and you're doing that so you can make sure Latino kids have up-to-date textbooks, or make sure marginalized people can get to the hospital. Normal shit you would expect the government to go all hands on deck for, right? And instead we need everybody's help in fucking democracy all the way up. And what's fucked up is yes, Mark Meadows should just be, I don't know, we always say thrown underneath the jail, but is there a bunker underneath the jail basement that we could put this fool into? But you have to also recognize that absolutely he's responsible. I don't want to hear shit about, chain of command or none of that shit. But I also want the president of the United States of America, who we all know was ordering this, who was constantly telling him he was probably coming back to him yo, we really shouldn't do this, or yeah, we really can't, or that's not really a good idea, or yeah, I don't think that's going to necessarily, and he just said more. more. Do this, do that, do this, do that. You know, you got to remember what was really going on. The fucking president of the United States of America was ordering this shit. And on top of that, the nigga is running again. And motherfuckers like dumbass Lupin are still trying to tell us said motherfucker is the greatest president to ever president. No. Just no to all of that.
Out here, and I think it's one of the most frightening thing about this message, Cash, is this is the tip of the iceberg. There are hints in the messages that this log that Meadows provided to the Select Committee is incomplete. Particularly in his exchanges with Scott Perry, he talks about moving over to Signal, an encrypted messaging app. There are also, discussions that sort of seem to pop up out of nowhere and blatantly lack context. And I'll break a little bit of news on Morning Joe this morning.
Real talk, I don't blame him. I mean, listen, I realized this in my conversation with my mom, and we'll touch on this when we're done with this. But hey, man, that Christian life is good to Christians, right? And, I know what it's like to feel good in Christian community. So, I mean, I don't want to, I love to poke at Lupin, but I get that part of it. And even myself, y'all know, like, people, I've told y'all, even women I've dated have literally, like, I don't want to say confronted me, but definitely really wanted to ask me, like, holy shit, dude, you're an atheist, but, like, so much of your life, before COVID was, like, wrapped up in church community and always playing at church functions, Bible study with church, social events with the church, friend group was the church. Yeah, and I would say that life is sweet. I would say you're not about that cult life. Like, I'm literally about that cult life, as y'all know. Cult life is sweet. It's just the origin and the source of that one is some bullshit, right? So if it was true and malignant or positive social influence, it would be all love. Like, oh, please, let's cult it up because this intentional community, let's all be in everybody's everyday life on a common purpose, all about a single mission that our community is all. I'm all about that cult life. I tell people straight up, I am about that cult life. Unfortunately, this cult shit is not true and literally on the wrong side of every social issue ever. They're literally the cause of every social issue ever. That's the problem. It ain't y'all want to build a 40-acre community and build little bungalows and get together and share meals. I ain't got shit to say about nothing.
They call them boogaloos now.
Boogaloos?
Boogaloo. Like
Boogaloo boys, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I love it. The little boogaloos. That's exactly what they are.
I'm starting to become aware of multiple instances of things that should be in the log if it was complete that are not there. So what we're seeing is, a broad plot, particularly involving members of Congress, deranged conspiracy theories, questionable legal logic, and blatant authoritarianism, and that's just the tip of the iceberg.
So it reads like crazy, except for the fact that it
my
had a
tongue
direct
can do whatever
line
it
into the
wants.
White House.
And
you're
really,
talking
I'm
about
not
the
paying
Chief of
attention to
Staff
my
and
tongue
Mark
at all.
Meadows being receptive to some
that
of it.
bitch is a Republican congressional candidate,
I like
too.
It.
Imagine
we know,
that.
based on the video we've seen, the testimony we've heard during the January 6th
these
Select
people are
Committee,
all
that he
the way
showed
off the
extreme
rails.
cowardice that day, unwilling to stand up
Unapologetically.
on January 6th to Donald Trump. So what was his posture to most of this? Was he open to all these conspiracy theories? Did he take some of it to the president based on what you've seen?
He absolutely did. We're going to publish a story today that includes a specific instance where a conspiracy theory seems to have gone directly from Mark Meadows' phone to the Oval Office and Donald Trump's Twitter feed. But also one of the more chilling ones in the stories we dropped yesterday involved Brian Babin. This is a Texas congressman. And I think one of the important things about all this, these texts have come out a bit in drips and drabs, but some of the most shocking stuff was from members of Congress that the public really isn't that aware of.
Yeah.
Guys like Brian Babin, Ralph.
I really like that. Like, I noticed early on they dropped the name of a Pennsylvania congressman I hadn't really associated with the whole Trumplican movement. And it's kind of interesting because it shows you, just kind of like I think about the problems with Christianity, there's so many people in the organization. It takes so many people. James, it's going to sound kind of fucked up, but I had a really deep reflection on sex the other day. Like, when you think about these powerful billionaires and Trumpletons and all of this shit, how much responsibility lies on the fact that, I hate to say it, some of the most attractive people in the world are spreading their legs for these people all the goddamn time.
True.
Like, I hate to, like, I forget who said, but it's like, we talk about the Klansmen, but we don't talk about the motherfucking women. If it's Klansmen, quote unquote, we know it's probably women just as racist, right? But we don't really talk, right? We'll unhood the Klansmen, right? But we won't unhood the women that spread their legs for them motherfuckers, voluntarily raised their kids knowing how goddamn racist they were, cooked meals for them motherfuckers every fucking day, and was like, oh, honey, you going to the cross burning tonight? Make sure you finish your broccoli first.
Right.
Melania Trump is every bit as piece of shit as Donald Trump.
Mm-hmm.
If you were like, yeah, I put my coochie all up in Mark Meadows' face, but I did it for the tips, I don't give a shit. I just don't give a shit. Trash. Like, it just,
right.
I mean, whatever. And again, go ahead and do what you do for your money, right? But then own it. You know what I mean? Just own it. Just own it. You know what I mean? But it really has to be thought through, because it's the same thing I'm saying about how many times do you get coffee with Kanye? How many poker nights do you share with Doug? You know, at some point, and again, like one thing that I'll touch on now that happened in a conversation with my mom was she asked me this question about why I still play at a church or, you know, have a Christmas tree or whatever. And I kind of dealt with the Christmas tree part, like, who cares, whatever, it's a tree, pagan celebration anyway, whatever's. But the question about the whole church thing is like, that was an intentional decision about the fact that there's these two, you know, isolated factions going on, basically. And the side I'm on, the side of reason and science and evolution, can't afford to ignore the other side the way they can afford to ignore us. So being, you know, in their midst is an opportunity to, you know, push for the survival of the people I'm trying to represent. You know, I'm not doing it to raise my hands in the air and sing praises to fuckface Jesus. And I'm sure at some point I'm not going to forget that is a conversation we'll have again. You know, we've had it in little bits and pieces here and there, but it was something that came up in the big conversation. But anyway, let's get through this, and we'll switch over to the footage from Tux's stream.
And Scott Perry, who were really at the center of this and in direct communication with the Trump White House, and just are sort of off the radar of even people who've really watched the January 6th investigation play out. And in this exchange with Babin, he sends Meadows just a completely, thoroughly debunked conspiracy theory, I think, about Pennsylvania. And Meadows says, already forwarded it to the DOJ. So there were official actions taking place based on these messages, which in the case of, for example, Paul Gosar, were being based on stuff from InfoWars, Revolver, a site with, you know, a founder with white supremacist ties. And in the case of Gosar, I can't even say it on air, but a blog called Okay, James, I made this point the other day on stream, but I'll make it again. And I want to give a shout out to my main man, Cory Booker, for this. And so many of the other New Jersey, mostly Democratic politicians, but politicians on really both sides of the aisle in New Jersey, definitely on both sides of the aisle. Let me not say that. Just, you know, New Jersey's a pretty blue area, but we actually have a lot of friends and colleagues that are on the other side. I even have even our personal family lawyer, who we've been friends with forever, is one of Trump's guys in New Jersey, actually. But most of the people in local government are the most serious of the serious people. And, you know, it's all in good fun to
shit all on corrupt politicians and they're all pieces of shit and blah, 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 blah. But I guarantee you, if you knew most of the people, and you have to remember, when you say politician, you think elected official. Elected official is one incredibly small percentage of people that actually qualify as what we would call a politician. Matter of fact, they're numerically, almost by definition, the smallest group. Right? They're always numerically outweighed by their staff, non-elected officials and their staff, institutional people, blah, 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 right? All of those people, to a person, are almost some of the sharpest people you will meet, some of the hardest working people you will meet, and to a man, they are all underpaid. Because all they would have to do is wake up tomorrow morning and say, I think I would like to put my services on the private sector market, and sometimes their income would immediately increase in order of fucking magnitude. Instead, they're like, yeah, but I'm kind of about being about the people's business, and I get a deep sense of satisfaction about that, so we're going to keep on trucking. And so, all jokes aside, you develop an immense sense of respect for these people and how hard they work, and the fact that, quite frankly, almost everybody's job is mundane, kind of routine, grossly boring, and therefore totally underappreciated because it does not make good television at all. Most of us are just fucking paper pushers. Right? Paper pushers, gophers, sit around in fucking meetings for 4 hours a day. It's awful. But anyway, like, you learn the process, and then most of us have such limited aspirations. And God forbid we have real skeletons in our closet or personal demons or things we've gone through. There's a hard cap on whether or not we're going to do something like run for office. And even if you're the squeakiest of the clean, and you're just the hardest working, like I said, sharpest, brightest person, Harvard, Yale, all of that shit, unless there is something spectacular about you, nobody gives a shit. You are run-of-the-mill. You are a dime a dozen in this line of work, and literally nobody gives a shit. So if you think you are someday just going to fucking trailblaze, run for office, and everybody's going to get behind you, literally no one gives a fuck.
Right.
I even tell people, I hate to say this, but, like, I won't even work with a candidate unless you're a fucking superhero. Unless if you're a run-of-the-mill career politician, forget it. You have to have some X factor. Like my friend Judy Brown Clark, you're talking an Olympic silver medalist, adopting a crack baby, PhD in fucking political science, married to a fucking black judge. Just a superstar. Sponsored by American Express, Nike, blah, 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 blah. Right? You just once in a lifetime working with somebody like that. Cory Booker, goddamn all-American Rhodes Scholar, tackles fucking bank robbers in the streets, run-ins to burning buildings to save old women. Builds an apartment in the hood so he can be tough looking. Yeah, like that, the type of shit. Oh, you want to run the city? You got to run the city. The Cory Booker just be running around your goddamn city. Yeah, I looked out the window and I saw the mayor just running on jogging with a gang of kids. Just running with a superstars. Otherwise, don't waste my fucking time. Because you ain't going nowhere. But somehow, y'all, on the other side of this, we have literally these motherfuckers who will watch people go into the United States Capitol, take a shit on the paintings of the Founding Fathers, threaten the Speaker of the House, leave her a death threat, literally climb the walls of the Senate chambers and decide we have not done enough for these people. We have abandoned these true patriots who sit like, y'all, what I'm trying to say is at some point we have to set all the jokes aside and realize there's a serious fucking problem here. And we have on one side, yes, some boring ass motherfuckers, yes, who are in the pockets of the blah, 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 and the big money and all the problems. I get it. There's no such thing as the left and all. I get it. But you have to understand that we're in a literal fucking war. I'm sorry if you don't like that terminology. That doesn't change the fact that that is in fact what's going on. And the other side of that war is actually coming for your rights. And the people who are coming for your rights are fucking retards.
Yeah.
This is some shit. Like, let's just get through this so we can get to some other shit, because we could talk about this for days.
This is where members of Congress were drawing their information.
And real quickly here, let's remind y'all what the purpose of this is. Up and down the ballot, y'all. It means up and down the ballot. It means stop thinking this is about the Marjorie Trader Greens and the Lauren Hobarts and the fucking Donald Fuckface Trumps of the world. This is about all those fucking Republicans whose names you don't know, running for offices you don't care about, who when they thought it was safe and nobody was looking, they were all up in the booty hole of the coup attempt just to stay in power. This is why you have to stop thinking there's some fucking bullshit excuse you can give me for why you're still a Republican. There isn't. There's none. I'm sorry. If you tell me you're a Republican, my immediate reaction is you're a piece of shit until proven otherwise. Y'all know how the justice system is innocent until proven guilty? You tell me you're a Republican, you're guilty until you prove to me that there is some fucking miraculous circumstances under which it is acceptable for your monkey ass to actually open your fuckface mouth in 2022 going into 2023 and tell me you are a what? You're a yeah. It should literally, you should literally sound like you're choking before you're able to identify yourself as a Republican.
It is the modern word for Nazi. It just is. I think that is such a great way to put it, James. It is the modern way of saying, I don't give a fuck about humanity. I am willing to overlook people being enemies of humanity so that people like me can stay in power.
As you went through these text messages from the asylum wing of the Republican Party, it struck me in looking through the first batch that you've put out that there are, as you just alluded to, many of the people involved are still members of Congress sitting in the House of Representatives. In the rearview mirror, as you look at what they did, they tiptoed.
You're right, Peter W. Rebecca is like a ray of sunshine in the YouTube landscape. She is like this wonderful, beautiful, gentle spirit who just presents the fact that as atheists and Christians, we just need to have a sit down and be friends and build bridges of love and understanding. And you can set aside all the weaponized stuff on both sides and just have the conversation and love each other. And in the end, either you can just be a non-believer, okay, or you can be a believer and just believe that everyone is going to end up in the universally accepted, wonderful heaven of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. And I just appreciate her for really making such a dedicated effort to setting aside the antagonism and the tribalism, and in her own way, reaching across the aisle to atheists so we can all realize what horseshit all
we have a
of it
powerful
is.
cumulative
that there's
case.
Absolutely no way that shit's gonna work. That it didn't convert nobody. It didn't enlighten nobody. All it did was make Rebecca feel good about Rebecca and reveal who the dumbass atheists in this community are, who don't treat someone like an enemy
when they see one. So I am thankful to Rebecca for being that a ray of sunshine to enlighten how fucked up Christianity is, how there is no such thing as building bridges of love and understanding and blah, blah, blah. Wouldn't it be great if we all lived like a Muslim nation where fucking everything was about God, but instead it was our lovely, friendly Christian. Get the fuck up out of here. Rebecca Davis is dog shit. Absolute, weaponized, toxic, tragic, uneducated, not just stupid, but in her grown ass self, willfully ignorant, homeschool hero, valedictorian in a class of one, dog shit.
Can I get an amen, Kenny?
Can I get an amen, Kenny?
They were right there at the gate of sedition. What do they do now? What do they have to say now?
Well, you're making a really important point, Mike. And one thing that, people should note here is some folks actually got promotions. I mean, we see Ted Budd, who's a House member now, he's moving on to the Senate. We see people suggesting this guy, John James, who was running for office in Michigan, should lead the challenge there, right? And he, lost a race in 2020 and just baselessly.
Oh, that name. Bless that wonderful name of John James. Folks, as a citizen of Michigan who had the distinct misfortune of living through the John James episode, where it was almost like a prototype of the Herschel Walker experience. Let's see if we can get just a little bit of a sampling of John James. Oh, this fool. Oh, my goodness. Let's just... Come on, John James. Give me one, John James.
Tonight, it's official. John James says he is running for Michigan's newly created 10th Congressional District. Now, there are still fights.
Newly created. He is the chosen one of the gerrymander. He is the Jerry for which we have mandered.
The newly drawn district maps, but James' entry in the race would seem to shift the dynamic if this district holds its shape. Mara McDonald live downtown tonight. Mara, for starters, it likely clears the GOP field.
He is like Carlton Banks if Carlton Banks was taller, darker, more handsome, in a repackaged dog shit turd. Like
I think many would expect.
He's the unfresh prince,
Devin,
for
I
real,
think you're
for real.
absolutely right. I would be shocked if there was a big name Republican who stepped into this race to challenge James. He's a formidable, candidate, especially in the GOP.
Can we just hear this idiot talk?
The pressure's on the Dems to come up with some.
Here we go.
Is the home to Michigan's 10th, I believe, is the home to the American dream, the birthplace of the middle class. And when you take a look at the manufacturing opportunity, repatriating manufacturing back from Mexico and China, I believe that's best done here.
James doesn't live in the district. He and his family currently live in Farmington Hills. But he does have business ties here, and yes, moving is on the table.
Family and his military experience. Wait. Can we get the commercial?
Yeah.
Wait, you gotta see the commercial.
My kid's stability for a seat.
Candace Miller
and Mike Bishop. Can I get the commercial? Oh, his commercials were epic. Oh, yeah, give me the 30-second
President Trump
spot.
says the choice is clear. Conservative warrior John James for Senate. Trump says John James is, quote, strong on crime and borders and loves our military. Strong on veterans and the Second Amendment. President Trump says John James is a star and gives James his full endorsement.
I'm John James. I hate politics, but I love this country, and I approve this message because America is worth fighting for.
John James, President Trump's choice for Senate.
Yeah, that's John James. John James is the word. Literally, I was elated. I probably, this is the one time thinking back on it that I regret not taking the opportunity right then and there to splooge all over myself. I was so happy when John James was not elected. Yeah. Please pay attention to that name, y'all, and do anything you can to stop that man from being elected.
The Lord says it is done. The Lord says it is done.
The Lord said it is done. Donate against him. Tweet against him. Do content against him. John James is god awful.
He, said the whole race in the state needed to be investigated. Well, guess what? Now he won. Right? So we're seeing this win in some instances gain power. When I reached out to people, it was notable to me. I mean, I talked to Ralph Norman.
Well, tell me somebody else won.
Race in 20 minutes to the Senate. We see people suggesting this guy, John James, who was running for office in Michigan, should lead the challenge there.
No.
Right? And he, lost a race in 2020 and just baselessly, said the whole race in the state needed to be investigated. Well, guess what? Now he won. Right? So we're seeing this wing in some instances gain power. When I reached out to people, it was notable to me. I mean, I talked to Ralph Norman, who sent one of the most eye-popping texts calling for martial law 3 days before Biden took office.
Can you imagine this, James? You lose an election because you're trash and unqualified. Mm-hmm. And you literally ran on saying, hey, the worst person to ever person, he thinks I'm good to go. What else I have to say? Right. Nothing. All right? Watch me climb over a military wall. That's what his ads were like. He watched me do a rope climb. Great. All right.
Yeah.
And then he loses, and he says that election was stolen. Some other people go, "Oh yeah, that's our new winning formula. Grab him," and then he wins.
Yeah.
What the fuck is going on?
And he sort of said, oh, that was 2 years ago. Send me the text and I'll get back to you. Of course, he didn't, as though you could forget calling essentially for troops to be sent into the streets, right? But one thing that was really striking was a lot of the members, including those that played a real leading role from what we saw in the text, Ted Cruz, Jody Heiss, Jim Jordan, just totally ghosted us, right? The people who did respond were the few Republicans in the messages who were not among the 147 that voted to object to the election. And they all just sort of pointed to that. But this also showed that, in the period leading up to that vote on January 6th, they were playing with fire.
And they motherfucking absolutely knew it. All right, let's get into this. Let's go.
In a reliable way. Jay came on the stream today in my channel and talked about that. His mom doesn't understand how she's being unfair to him. She doesn't, neither do his grandparents. They don't get that they have certain social responsibilities that they want to maintain that relationship with Jay. And they're the ones forsaking those responsibilities. They're the ones that aren't growing into that capacity, that role. And, Jay doesn't want to have to leave him behind. Right. But a lot of us are going through that right now. Kat is going through that. Melody's been going through that with her people, with some success on Melody's part. It's actually gone a bit better than I think Melody was expecting it to go. But a lot of us are going through that. And there's always going to be people in our community that are, where they're trying to figure out how they can be seen and respected for who they are with their religious family members. And that just wouldn't be the case. It wouldn't be a problem if their religion was all about love and acceptance and tolerance and family, right? You wouldn't even need to have that discussion with them. But we do. And it's a hurdle. It's in the way because their religion is in the way of healthy human relationships.
Mm-hmm. What do you think? One of the problems I did see with Jay's confession / testimonial is there's an all or nothing here. It seems like I can't put myself exactly in Jay's shoes in this, but there's always a distaste for me anyway to see this, especially with a parent, as combating it with the divorcement. It seems like you still have to have the marriage mentality, and you'll catch flies with honey far better. Sure. And I wonder how can we help Jay? Is that a way I can help Jay to say, hey, just relax a little bit. Time will heal all wounds. Making a rash decision that causes the gash to widen isn't maybe the best. Because I don't know what the right answer is, but from my outside perspective, not having any skin in this game, is that the right thing to do? And Jay, the thing's pinned if you're around, if you want to hop on. But what is your...
So I didn't get a chance to hear the conversation, and I almost wish they'd had it on stream so I could give him better feedback, because I don't know what was said or how it was said or anything else. Not that anybody wants to have their private family business on a live stream in such a pivotal moment in their journey, but without that, man, it's really hard to tell, just to say anything about a conversation I know almost nothing about. Yeah. I did give Jay some thoughts going into this, like weeks and months ago, about probably how I would handle it. And we've talked about this before on the channel. If you make it about your, and I don't, maybe he did this, I have no idea. But if you make it we went silent, it seems.
Yeah, I paused it so that I could respond to some stuff off the top before it gets into the next section. All right, so
now, before you say it,
I'll go
after
ahead, James. No, you're good. Go ahead.
So it was late. It was really late. I did the best I could for how tired I was. It just is what it is. So now that I'm hearing this same conversation again afterwards the next day, at least I think it's the next day. Was that last night?
Yes.
Anyways,
I think so. Yeah.
So now I'm having like more thoughts and more nuanced thoughts and stuff like that. I don't know your mom. Like I don't just not know the conversation. I don't know your mom. Now, for some of us, time does not heal the wound. Time does not heal the relationship. I ended up having to block my mom. I've spoken to my sister just last night about this issue, that she has come a long way since blocking our mom as well. Some people are just so aggressively toxic, so fundamentally to the core awful and relentless about it, that you just can't get past that. But I'm not saying that about, I have no idea anything about your mom. I don't know her at all. But I'm just saying that that I disagree with
James, keep going. I want another shot.
All right. I disagree with Tux on the general idea that time does heal all wounds and resolves all issues. I think that it often can, right? It's often an element, an overlooked element in progress and healing, time and patience. But I wouldn't make such a broad statement as he made to say that's just how that works, because it's all too often not how that works. So I just wanted to add that in. And I had some other thoughts too, but I'll wait till we get to those parts.
Cool beans. So for starters, I just want to say I really appreciate both of you, and I've actually had some, not knowing where I stand with Tux recently, and some of that's, I think, hangover from not getting back on the same page after the Hovind thing, and then I think this whole Pinecreek thing is especially tough for people like Tux and Nitty, because I think it's reasonable to say they're friends with Doug. And it's true to say to me at this point, I don't want to have mutual friends with Doug. I guess that feeds into that sort of all or nothing thing that Tux is talking about. And it's not saying I won't have any mutual friends with him, but I'd strongly prefer not to, because it gets to be a point, and again, I'm just going to relate it to what it was like growing up. I had to be in an environment growing up, again, as the only black kid in an all-white school, to where I had to accept a lot of racism in my everyday life. To the point, because again, I couldn't demand certain social safety for myself. So I had to be friends because, again, I also went to a very small school, right? So I went to school 50 kids per class, 350 grades 7 through 12, right? So it was, in some sense, looking back, everybody's in the same group, right? There's small cliques, but not really. And so I had to be friends with mutual friends of, the older brothers that were threatening me or giving me a hard time, and or dating them in some cases and shit like that, and it was awful, because the truth is I could not be around them without feeling that and thinking about that and reflecting on that, and really your thing of, I noticed it wasn't a deal breaker, is such an accurate reflection of how I felt at that time. I noticed it wasn't a deal breaker, and it's all, and I couldn't not notice it anymore. Yeah, I noticed when that motherfucker became a threat to my safety, he was still good to go with you. Now I can't not deal with you because there are 50 motherfuckers in our class. So you know what I'm saying? But it's important to me when I'm looking across the table at somebody who I'm trying to have a good time with, I see as my friend, I'm trying to have a conversation with, I'm not having to overlook the fact that literally one of the most weaponized content creator I can think of, you just happen to think's good to go because he's got some thought experiments you liked, or he's a good poker player, or you think he's funny. Again, I noticed it wasn't a deal breaker for you, is a deal breaker identifier for me. Nevertheless, I realize that that's a process, and that process is tough for certain people, and I got to give people just a little bit of understanding and maybe some grace and some time, because in some sense, Doug's full mask offness is new to some people, or new in, this is new development. It's a new development, what he's doing. It's a new development, how we responded to it. And, it's an unfolding situation, right? And so people have to have time to, in their own way, reassess, get caught up, figure out, which way is up. But I want to just set that aside so that if anybody's trying to figure out where all this is, I'm just kind of putting it out there. But I greatly appreciate the perspective where both of you were coming from in this conversation, and I even sent Tux a message to thank him for the support, because I really appreciated it. And it kind of showed me, at the end of the day, we still care about each other, and he's trying to think about my best interest, and I appreciated that. And I appreciate you, of course, and of course, you're always spot on. I don't mind James Apperson speaking for you. I was never even anxious about that. But so just some of the things you've talked about so far. So first off, the time heals all wounds thing. Yeah, I disagree with that. And again, some of these things are a matter of perspective and personal experience. I appreciate him acknowledging he doesn't have a dog in this particular fight. But this is a situation where time is the wound. What I think happens is this is a situation where there's an issue that needs to be addressed. And it's uncomfortable on both sides, so nobody wants to broach the subject. And everybody always has a great reason to not talk about it right now. And it becomes a situation where days turn to weeks, weeks turn to months, months turn to years, years turn to decades. And so there has already been the situation that needs to be addressed, and the fact that so much time continues to pass without it being addressed is now, at this point, a great source of hurt itself. And really something that I said to my mom, and I don't know how much she really got. I think she'll reflect on it and think about it, was I basically said to her, especially because, again, you speak to this so well, James, but you say, I don't know if these people are clinical narcissists, and I don't have the qualification or interest in actually diagnosing them. What is understandable is, again, if we're going to say there's these patterns of behavior that help us identify narcissism, they're real, then it has to be a thing people are capable of.
Sure.
And
I have
go ahead. There you go.
I have further thoughts on that. So, without seeing the bigger picture with Doug, because I've never met him in person and I have limited interactions with him, I say that's why I can't tell for sure if he's a clinical narcissist or simply an abusive asshole.
Right.
But if I knew him, here's the thing. Dr. Ramani, who is like a leading voice in the psychiatric field for talking about narcissistic personality disorder, recently released a video explaining that narcissistic personality disorder is probably going to be rewritten. It's just a matter of time. The next diagnostic manual probably won't list it as a disorder. She said, because what they've realized is it's not a disorder. It is simply a type of personality that can't change. And so she says that as long as you understand what that personality is, what its traits are, everybody in the world is qualified to definitively identify who is a narcissistic personality and who's not. You just need enough information first about the person and about that personality type. So we no longer need the credentials to be able to, quote unquote, diagnose somebody with narcissistic personality disorder, because it's no longer diagnostic issue. It is simply identifying a certain set of behavioral traits that are hardened into somebody's personality structure. That's it. That's all you need to know. So
in other words, you're saying we're trying to identify a personality. We're not trying to identify somebody's clinical psychiatric diagnosis.
Right. It's not even going to be a clinical diagnosis anymore. They're going to declassify narcissism as a personality disorder. It is simply going to be a personality type, and you don't need any credentials to be able to identify it.
Wow. James,
so I thought
that's incredible stuff, man. And I think, this type of stuff is really amazing for you to be bringing to people. It's a wonderful educational nugget there. So along those lines, right, the thing with my family is I've been able to, with the help of the community, identify that it's the pattern of behavior is there. And part of that pattern is forcing people around you to not confront you. And so, unfortunately, I've identified the fact that in my family, and this is topical. Part the other thing I want to say about my family is I love my family. I do genuinely think they're good people, and they've continually surprised me in their growth in progress in life at all stages. So, they deserve a bit of credit for that, right? And in some sense, that's why they're in this situation. And so people should identify for their own needs what they're dealing with. Because it's different if you're dealing with people who are just shitty people who use Christianity to be shitty people. You going after their Christianity, it may or may not even help them be less shitty people or help your situation. And the fact that they're shitty people may mean that they're always going to be shitty about this. So they just get it, you know what I mean? Sure. Whereas in my family's case, it's like, no, they're genuinely good people. They don't understand how bad this thing is, at least for our relationship. And there's no comfortable way to help them understand this. And part of the problem is, one, they live in a bubble. They live in a place, and that's part of what the Christian identity really does. You put your cross out there so loud and proud that even without saying everything, everybody already knows they shouldn't touch your cross with a 10-foot pole.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? That's deeply indoctrinated into the rest of our culture. So all you got to do is show up with the pin on, and I'm already like, okay, Jesus is no longer a potential topic of conversation, right? Just out the window. And they don't realize that that's part of the effect it has, because to them it's just that good feeling that they get when they put it on. Go ahead.
Right. So and I've tried to explain this to people of faith before, that their faith is inherently selfish. It is specifically selfish. And they're entitled to some degree of selfishness. But when their selfishness begins to take from somebody else's journey, begins to sabotage and injure other people, or their relationships and their social commitments to other people, then they no longer have that right. Not if they're going to live in a society, not if they're going to be part of families. You know, if they're going to go live in a cave somewhere, yep, that's their right. But if they're going to actually say, okay, I'm still part of these social contracts, personally and societally, then they have obligations that come with that, whether they're prepared to accept that or not. And for somebody to say, I just don't want to think about it, that's the same exact thing as saying, I don't want to honor my commitments. And that is deeply problematic as an element of somebody's personality.
Yeah, and so, and again, there's going to be so much here, gang. That's why I said this is going to be a series, and we'll be talking about this for quite a while, which I hope I know it's beneficial to me. I hope it's beneficial to people out there as well, and I'm getting that feedback so far. And we'll see if that changes. But,
so,
go ahead.
Peter has a question. So all the people I think are narcissists really are narcissists? The answer is no, Peter. Because you don't understand the disorder. If you did, you wouldn't be a Christian. So the answer is no, hon. It's just no.
Yeah.
Doesn't work that way. Good question, though.
Good question, though. And then also no, because just because you understand it doesn't mean you're going to properly identify it every time.
Sure. You usually don't know enough about a person to properly identify the person.
Right. You're seeing a very limited sample size of you know, what you would need to know to really know their personality type. Usually, just because it's a multi-dimensional aspect, and for the most part, we see very limited dimensions of a person. But goddamn, guys, there's so much here already. All right, so let's touch on. I got a pin in the divorce mentality thing. But yeah, the time thing is, I just want people to have a really good understanding of this. I'm trying to combat a deeper problem in my family, and I am trying to give them the opportunity for growth. And I genuinely believe that they are capable of it, which puts me in the uncomfortable position of feeling as though I have to accept the fact that I'm probably the only person in their lives who can help them grow in this way. And so I got to get in there and do this surgery. And unfortunately, there's no anesthetic for this type of shit. It's a situation where, because you got to remember, because they're lovely people, because they're successful, upwardly mobile, you know, they have their vices, but they're, you know, limited to things that, you know, don't hurt other people. You know, my grandparents are esteemed. Like, I don't know if I put this in perspective, but, you know, my grandfather's their bishop, and they pastor an urban church, big cathedral, strong legacy to the church from, you know, very successful pastors before. And it's like, you know, people are giving my grandparents dolls where they're kind of covered in, like, let's say origami outfits and little scenery and shit, right? Mm-hmm. But the outfits and the scenery and shit is made of money. So imagine me sitting my monkey ass down for a few days, making you some handmade doll of my money and giving that to you as a gift. Because your holy presence in my life has brought upon me so much grace, right? Like, you see what I'm saying? So, you know, my grandfather's a cult leader, y'all. He's the bishop. You see what I'm saying? Like, with all rights and privileges thereof. He sits his monkey ass up there every Sunday and preaches, or has to this point in his life. And, they're singing the songs. My grandmother preaches. They're writing the sermons, and to their credit, they do the foot washing and they visit the sick. It's an elderly church. They do visiting the sick is a pretty significant chunk of their ministry. At least pre-COVID, right? Doing drives for the schools, and they do all that stuff, right? And so it's not just a matter of them being good people. It's a matter of them being really, in a way, hooked because of their identity is totally like reinforced with you're not just good people. You're literally some of the greatest people to have ever peopled. And it's because you're so holy. So their understanding of what makes them the great human beings is that religion itself. And so it just ain't gonna be easy.
I don't necessarily think it's gonna be possible.
I don't either. I don't either, but part of this was, again, prompted, and I'm not sure if you know this, but it was prompted by the fact that a mutual friend of ours, was in the hospital with a loved one who they had, recently discovered may not have long, and they're kind of there, and they're just there for a little while trying to comfort the person. They ask to flip through the channels as they're dozing off. They stop on a famous preacher, whatever, sit through the songs. Person dozes off as the sermon starts. Sermon gets all into, evolution's bullshit. It was Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve, blah, 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 blah.
Oh, yeah.
And so, like we discussed, the deathbed is not the time for the debate, but the person felt the need to then talk to their I believe mother or parent and say, hey, science is good to go, and what I just experienced is something I got to deal with, because that was right? They're clearly discomforted by that experience, right? That tension of the need to feel there for a loved one, counterbalanced with now I have to sit through this totally uncomfortable, weaponized stuff. And of course, accepting that again, now's not the time with the loved one that lays down, but you're recognizing you're ultimately going to run out of time with anybody who it isn't at this point yet with. And with my grandparents, I had recognized that we'd already grown apart. The relationship is already strained. I already don't communicate with them and look forward to talk to them. It's I had recently heard about gray rocking. I'm sure you're responsible for that, either through something you showed me or something I linked by something you showed me.
Yeah.
And for the audience, that's like, right, let's we just keep it as shallow as possible so that we don't have conflict over whatever we really have conflict about. And it's usually a way people deal with an abuser. And so I realized I've already lost interest in them. And I needed to know, is it the case that they're just so miserable and pathetic and old and gone and sad and in declining health that it's just too fucking late? Them growing as people is done, and it's just, let's just let them die in as much comfort as we can provide them in their final years? Because if that's the case, cool, I'll accept that. I'm not going to be happy about it. I'll accept it and play as nice as anybody else plays. I think it's pathetic. And then it is accepting also that this is what it's come to. It's always come to this thing is in the way, so long as they're in the picture. And now we've officially entered the
period where we're just waiting for them to no longer be in the picture.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. If that ain't the case, and you're planning on sticking around for a couple more decades,
yeah.
And like I said yesterday, you still of sound enough mind and body to whip open one of these here Bibles and be like, yeah, I think for tomorrow morning's message, we're going to start in Leviticus chapter 1, blah, 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 and then we're going to roll on into 1 Chronicles chapter 2, verse 25 through 43, and then we're going to end in Ezekiel with the proclamation against the king. And you're just sitting there on your little sermon, and then you're hopping on the phone. Yeah, y'all, so listen how we're going to conquer the heathens in the end when the kingdom of God comes. It gives us, and I know that some of y'all are going through hard times right now, but I'm telling you, if you just keep steady and steadfast in your faith that the main man in Jesus, you will get there. Like, you can't have both.
Right.
So, to me, the answer I got was clearly my grandparents are sticking around. Because my mom's was all like, oh, they're their own people and they make their own choices and blah, 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 blah. Okay, cool. Well, then, either you're going to help me or from now on, I'm just going to have a conversation with them when it's time to have a conversation with them. Because it's hard. The next time somebody tells me to praise the Lord, we're having the conversation. She's like, oh, well, I already told them you're an atheist. That's a good thing. Glad you told them. Because it's just like, it's the shit I'm not going to deal with anymore. And again, my family doesn't deserve the thing. They need to take responsibility first. And she asked me all about, do you get grace and forgiveness? And we're sorry. I'm sorry we raised you in a way you don't agree with anymore. And I tried to make it so clear, y'all. And this is part of just the guilt trip. And it's not that they're doing it on purpose. It's just that the playbook's already been taught to them. It was taught to them from the pulpit Sunday to Sunday. They just didn't realize it, and neither did you. You just learned about Christian apologetics in the last couple of years. If you're somebody like me, they've never learned about it, yet they've been learning it their whole lives. Because all of the shit we hear in this community is shit you've heard at some point if you were deep in the church. Well, where did, like you hear the PhD version, but you've heard, well, where does it all come from? How can you even know what's right and wrong? How could there even be a basis for right and wrong without the lawgiver? You know what I'm saying? So they've all got their Sunday school version of William Lane Fuckface Craig, right? They've all got it is the heathens who think in extremes and will not tolerate our religious freedom. Right. So they've been given the playbook, y'all. Don't get it twisted. And so they've got to come to terms with this. The other thing is, you talked about melody, and a lot of people have had some success with these conversations. So have I. My mom's accepted I'm an atheist. It's a fucking gigantic step that she's on her own, told my grandparents who live with her now that I'm an atheist. I haven't heard them say praise the Lord to me. She has changed the way she speaks to me to try to be more accommodating as the fact that I'm an atheist, right? But she's trying in all this to have the next conversation, and she's fucking that all the way up. And one of the problems was she's trying not to have the conversation. Her whole goal in all this was, what I got to do to shut up so that you and I can go back to getting along, but never having to have this conversation again. Which is, how dare you beat me over the head with Christianity for 20 fucking years, and then I tell you I'm an atheist, and I got to get it all out my system in one shot so we can never talk about this again. Right? That is, again, you're asking me, how do you get the relationship? I'm telling you how you get the relationship. You're insisting the only thing you care about is how do you get this motherfucking relationship. Yet every single thing I point to about how you get it, you have a reason not to give it to me. And then you're going to sit here accusing me of wanting to have a debate where, from my perspective, there's absolutely nothing to debate.
Your son tells you he's a fucking atheist. You acknowledge your Christian book hates fucking atheism. You say, yeah, I was going to ride this Christian thing out, but I guess now that my son's an atheist, I can't. The last day I was a Christian is yesterday. Now, I know y'all think, oh, but they're being so hard. I don't care anymore. That's the right thing to do. Now, we could sit here and write 100 dissertations as to why people don't do the right thing, but let's start to figure out ways to encourage them to do the right thing rather than encourage everybody else to be so understanding of why they don't. Because all that does is continue they're making excuses for themselves, and then we turn around and make excuses for them too. Mm-hmm. And that's what puts me in this situation. If you want to help me in this situation, talk to your family. Straight up. Because see, what happened is more people would talk to their families, more of the families would then have the interconnected conversations. If more and more people talk to their families, then this would be something more and more people talked about. So now all of a sudden, I wouldn't be in this situation because my family would be like, oh, yeah, I remember when my homeboy Fred found out his son was an atheist. Yeah, and then Fred sat me down over lunch one day and he was like, yeah, preacher, I know you're a preacher and everything, but you ever think about what it's like to, yeah, I just found out my son's an atheist and it just changed my, right? And it would be some pre-work already done for me up in this. You see what I'm saying? Because it'd be normalized already.
Yeah.
Instead, me coming out to them is like telling them I'm a fucking leprechaun and they're responsible for it. And they're looking at me like, well, you the fucking leprechaun in the room. You know what I'm saying? Like, which is a reasonable way to feel.
Explain leprechaun to me. Represents what?
Something that in their world might as well be something magical that doesn't even exist. They've heard about in legend, but they don't know any of these things to actually be manifest.
Gotcha.
You know, it's like you're identifying yourself as to something they've never had to accept the consequences of that being real. The closest thing it comes to in my family is I have a cousin that's a lesbian, and she's like she has her days and phases like you know what I mean, but for the most part she's kind of like on the, I guess, butch lesbian, you would say. I don't know if that's still a thing, but because I don't give a shit, right? It's my fucking cousin and I love her. But you know what I'm saying? It's like when most girls was doing different things, Monisha was like crossing over Iverson, schooling boys in basketball. You know what I'm saying? She's probably the best. She might be. We got some hoopers in our family. She might be the best. You know, we see. You know, OG Riley's like, yeah, I don't know if I wanted Monisha really. But, you know, she's slaying posts and everything. But anyway, growing up, it was like she was totally alienated from the family, right? And I think her and my grandparents have found a way to make their peace and maybe spent some holidays together or whatever. And so I think they've grown into the place where they could, you know, look her in the face and accept who she is, understand she has a family, you know, welcome all that into their lives. Great. You understand what I'm saying too? Again, that's the step they take where you say, damn, y'all took that step? Well, I gotta see if I can take this next one, right? And I don't know that they will, but and it might not be a them. You know what I'm saying? It might be something where every individual has their own thing. And here's the key thing for me, to be honest with you. If my mom started to no longer really identify as a Christian, not again. That got real interesting. I think she keeps trying to play it. I think that's part of the thing she doesn't want to take on. She doesn't want to be honest with herself about how much of an influence she is on them, right? But her putting them in the same position I'm putting her in would be change everything. And I do mean everything, right? But anyway, it's like, you know, I just wanted to put that out there to say it's not the worst. Now, I also want to touch on Tux's whole thing about the divorce mentality, because that comes into this picture. I didn't go there in the conversation because I hadn't thought about it. And maybe I didn't think about it till I was talking to you about it. But I eventually came to exactly that analogy, so to speak. And the way I would describe it is he's right. You know, in this conversation, I felt like you were just both spot on. You know, he's saying, I think he's kind of seeing this as all or nothing. You're either with me or against me. Mm-hmm. Yep, absolutely, 100%, right? And then he's going, well, you know, I wish you had the marriage mentality rather than divorce mentality. But see, the problem is, it's like nobody cares about the marriage until I'm ready to have a divorce.
Yeah.
And I know there's some people in the audience who know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about.
You can't stay in a marriage anyway with somebody that doesn't respect you and doesn't see who you for who you are.
Exactly. And the thing I said to somebody this week, and maybe it was my one black friend, I think, during our program, was you could be married to somebody for 30 years, and they will tell you the past 30 years, you have been the greatest partner. They have been far beyond my wildest dreams of how wonderful a marriage could actually be. You start mistreating your partner tomorrow, you may find yourself divorced next week.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what my family needs to understand. Could I sit around and be bitter about the past? Sure. But one, I wouldn't even bother. I had a great upbringing. Two, it's not productive. You understand? And three, I'm not that simple-minded. I'm not so stupid that I'm going to let people distract me by making this about, you won't accept our best for doing our best. All those years we did our best. I'm sorry. When Jay Bundy puts you in the figure 4, you have two options. Tap the fuck out, or I lied. There's one. Tap the fuck out or tap the fuck out. Tap the fuck out, or you're gonna stay in this fucking hole. Like the beatings will continue until morale improves. You know, it's like, I didn't want to go here, but now that I've gone here, I'm not. What do you think this is? Like, you got to take the next step. That's what responsibility looks like. You have to stop doing the wrong thing. You cannot tell me, I love black people, I just can't stop being a member of the KKK. I'm sorry, your religion hates heathens. The other thing about, you know, you can't let that become a distraction. You can't let the past of the relationship be a distraction on either side. You can't not acknowledge what you need now because of everything they did for you as a child or prior to now. And they cannot, again, like you said, let themselves off the hook for what you need now and going forward based on, you know, banked goodwill from the past.
Mm.
It's also, you got to remember, it was easy for them then because you were on the same shit they were on. Hate to break it to you. And my life has been estranged ever since I wasn't. You know, it was a weed issues and the bipolar and all of that stuff that they didn't handle right then because they filtered everything that was different from them through their religious paradigm. So there's already a tremendous history of abuse that's overlooked because they were doing the best they could and they're really great people and they're holy, holy, holy and everybody loves them and this is just the way they were taught. Okay. I mean, I've had, if people give a fuck, actual psychiatrists sit there and tell me the reason you are sitting in front of me right now is not because there's anything wrong with your behavior, it's your family. Your family is the reason you're in a situation and you need to get away from them.
Mm-hmm.
They are abusing you, and if they continue to put you in situations like this, I can't help you.
Mm.
Picked up the phone that day, got my own place, did not tell my family where the fuck I lived until we were in a different situation.
Yeah.
That's how bad it's actually gotten.
Yeah.
Because, but again, so at some point you have to stop saying, I'm sorry, I can't keep making excuses for you not knowing how to grow the fuck up and deal with real life. You couldn't, because you black sheep me when I was smoking weed. Turns out ain't a goddamn thing with smoking weed. And here's the funny thing. I'm gonna tell you something funny about my family. Jesus is the reason for the season, y'all, has done nothing but alienate people in my family who were not Jesus-y. Weed is the real family pastime that brings us together across generations and is the way the priesters get down.
Mm-hmm. Ironically, it's also how early Christians got down. You know
what I'm saying? You want to know the real family pastime? It is passing it around. Okay. But anyway, of course, I had to take the hook for that, and because I'm not the one who hides who I am, and you know what I mean. And then I had all the fucking crack to Christ interventions that were totally not the way you respond to that. I was the one who was, had was institutionalized because they were worried about my insomnia, even though they had to wake me up to have me shipped off to the fucking hospital. Just all types of unbelievable abuse, because that's what ignorance causes people to do. Ignorant people don't treat people well. All right. And I find there to be a hypocrisy sometimes in our own community where we just spend so much effort feeling righteously and dignified. We hate all the bigots, we hate all the hatred, we hate all the ignorance, we hate Christianity, we hate religion, and then it's like, well, I got all my fucking frustrations out on YouTube. Oh, actually, venting my frustrations and trying to make a difference in my real life with real people offline. Nah, I'm good. Hey, I told Fuckface Otangelo how I really feel today, but you know what I mean? And we got to watch that.
Yeah.
Do you really want to combat ignorance? Then we got to let people know that's what we're about. Because if you think it hurts people, then shouldn't we care more about how it's hurting people than protecting the feelings of those who it's hurting? You need to feel bad. That's part of growth. If you're not made to feel bad for the bad things you do, you're being robbed of a growing experience. Part of what I learned in life is that I hurt people, I lost those relationships, and I have to live with the consequences every day. And now all of my relationships, I think about the consequences of losing that relationship. In a way that unfortunately never became a reality to me until I lost some relationships where the pain of losing that relationship will never heal. I didn't know that was possible. I had to learn what the consequences are by experiencing them.
Yeah.
We are robbing the people in our lives of these opportunities to grow by continuing to shelter them from the consequences of their behavior.
Yeah. About yourself. Just instead of saying your religion's wrong, I figured it out, you need to get caught up to speed, maybe you could say something like, I'm no longer a person who thinks that way or feels that way about all of it. And the journey has been kind of messy and kind of predicted, and I'm just trying to make sense of life the best I can. I'm just not in that headspace anymore. And here's me letting you know that I still want to be seen. I want to be heard. I want to be valued. I want to be appreciated, loved, and respected. But I don't want it on charity. I want you to actually have this investment in me moving forward. And I have this concern that prior investments were based on the idea of a narrative, that maybe I've just been a character in a story, and that my.
So here's really interesting. I did try to James's point, make this about myself. It was very weird because I started with the story of what my friend had just experienced, which was the genuine motivation for the call, because I was sick of feeling like I was actually torturing myself. I was thinking about that conversation every day. Every day, there was so much shit I wanted to say. there is so much pent up frustration and outrage for the Christianity of my family that they need to hear. And every day I was, oh my God, I want to put it like this. I want to say this. I want to say that. Oh, I'm so pissed off about this. And they don't understand this, and they don't understand that. And it was torture. And every single time we had a conversation, oh, today wasn't a good day. Oh, they're about to watch the Bengals game. Oh, my mom was having lunch. Oh, she had a doctor's appointment. Oh, my grandfather was not feeling well. So-and-so's got COVID. So-and-so just died. Right? Holiday season. It's just never a good time. And my mom was asking, like, why today? Why do you have to talk about this right now? Because I always have to talk about this. And I can tell you guys, I feel so great about everything that happened. I can literally tell you, I cursed out my mother. She fucking deserved it.
You did curse her out?
Oh, yeah. It's the most weaponized, ignorant shit. My mother, nobody could talk to me like that and just nobody.
Wait,
no.
I didn't hear exactly what she said to you. But I'm
No,
sure
it was just the shit. It was just the, it was the playing like casual Christian. I don't understand why is this so important to you? Why do you need to talk about it? See, religion is just not that big of a deal. Bitch, how dare you drag me out of bed every morning, tell me religion is the center of your identity. And again, it was the one time in which Jesus was sitting right here to hear you say that. How dare you pretend, your religion isn't that big of a deal to you? Whole conversation we're having is you don't know how to put away your religious toys to make other people comfortable in your fucking home. Act like you're a casual Christian. Then it was, it didn't start at that level, but that was one of the things. Then it was, I was like, you really just need to look into this. I told you about a lot of these challenges. I'm telling you, it's serious stuff. Well, no, I'm not going to look into it. I'm not. Now you have no obligation to look into shit people telling you. My mom's put, in my estimation, definitely six figures. My estimation probably between $250,000, maybe $500,000 in churches over the years.
Wow.
Fuck out of my face.
Man.
We are responsible. Make gospel albums. Fuck out of here. You move cult leaders into your home.
Mm.
Like this is what I'm saying. So that irritated me. The denial of hatred. Like I was like, the Bible hates people like me. Well, I don't understand why you take it that. I don't take it that seriously. I don't. Are you serious? You're gonna sit here? It was just, and again, there was no turn. So it was, I want to relate to you better. Okay, I need to talk about, well, what do I have to say so we don't ever talk about this, so we don't talk about this anymore. So we can't talk about this. You're not willing to change anything. It was just time for it. And then I shouldn't say I cursed her, but there were times I lost my temper and cursed, I should say. But I was very direct, and just, it's time to stop being a Christian. And I'm sorry, I'm just being honest. I feel like I'm being asked to throw away my dignity because I'm literally being asked to pretend hatred of and despise of the heathen is not somehow central to this whole Christian endeavor. Again, you could walk into my grandparents' church. You will find hanging above the fucking altar in the back a huge ass sign, and it goes, it says nothing about it says, we are against sex outside of a marriage. We are against drugs. We are against blah, blah, blah. We are against blah, 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 the whole list, y'all know the thing. I mean, this is just, all the shit I do, right, on the daily, right? So I just think, like, I don't know, like, for me, I didn't pick this path for them. But this is just, God, I wish you guys could see the inside of this fucking church. I could show you this fucking sign. This is what it used to look like when it was beautiful. Oh my goodness. No, it's a different church. God damn it, I wish I could show you the sign. There's an old video somewhere I found. I'll show you guys one day. But it just was like, it was just a total denial of any responsibility. You know, it was a very kind of sad, pathetic conversation. There was also a lot of gaslighting. She tried to gaslight me about marijuana at one point, which I realized, you know, I need to confront her about a weed problem, because it's like every time it goes to something I disagree with, it's like they want to jump to, well, you spend money on weed. Well, you do this for weed. Shut the fuck up. Like, no. We're not going to compare my medicine to your delusional, hateful religion. No, we're not going to do that. She had the audacity to fix her fuckface mouth to say, oh, I'm glad you found these people that agree with you on all these things. I'm glad you found your people. Everybody needs to find a tribe. I literally said, bitch, you're supposed to be my fucking tribe. Like, then she tried to, you know, I basically tried to show her some sympathy. Like, listen, I know you were indoctrinated as a child. You know, we always say, you know, the stuff was put in you while you were still soft in the head. You know, so you gotta, you know, you don't know, it's like you've never really been able to think through these things for yourself and all this type of stuff. And so I talked about how, because she gave me like this book, A Mother's Legacy, that's all about her writing about her story, that, you know, I understood more about even, you know, how she grew up. Everything was church. You know, it was pretty much like the life of someone growing up in a cult. And, you know, it definitely, and I'm trying to say, like, I get it. Like, I get it. Like, this is all you've ever known, right? But she's like, oh, I regret giving that to you because you're using it against me and all this shit. And I fucking went off.
Wait, she regrets giving what to you?
This book that's, like, all about her life story and shit. I was like, how dare you? It was way too fucking far. It's just disgusting. Because it's like, you give me, like, probably the most meaningful gift you've ever given me. So it's actually your life story. I try to show some empathy towards you, but acknowledge shit that you've gone through. But that's using it against you, and now you regret giving to me. I almost fucking burned it. And I went off. Like, because it's like, at this point, you just don't even talk. Because anything you bring up, they're going to say some shit. There's no bottom. There's no fucking bottom. My mother turned into fuckface Frank Turk.
Can you recall offhand, or do you want to share us any specific thing that stands out for you of something that you quoted from her own book that she felt like you were using against her?
Just the fact that there wasn't even, I didn't really quote anything so much as I was just talking about how it just showed that, you know, the story she told, you know, because there's a lot of sort of those coming of age stories, all of her activities, and I didn't quote any of it, but it's like everything was church picnic, church function, church this, church 4 nights a week, church da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Now, I didn't get into it, but yeah, there's a lot of weaponized shit in there. So, for instance, she talks about when she learned about sex. It's really interesting because she discusses, like, all the fast girls in her class and how she wasn't interested in boys like that. She was, you know, she only some of the cute ones who she wanted to get to know, but all this shit. And you reading this, you go, this is like really fucking sad that you know, again, like you're reading this thinking, oh yeah, this is what she means when she talks about people thinking, you know, she was a goody two-shoes and shit growing up. Yeah, you were a fucking snob growing up. Yeah, you were that kid that was shaming all the other kids for being normal and thought you were better than everybody. You know, again, I didn't say that to her, right? We didn't even talk about that, but that's in there. But all I did was basically say that, you know, there's a lot of stories in it that basically just show that when she grew up, everything was church activities and that it's like a cult and that you don't, you know, it's I was basically literally making the Uncle Bobby soft in the head argument. I was trying to explain that you were not a fully developed human being when you were taught all this shit, and as a result, you never, found yourself, right? Your own. You never thought through these things on your own. Perfect example is she has a story where she had a medical episode. And she's having some pain or discomfort or something. It turns out she has like some sort of, I don't know, it's a blood condition or whatever it is. No, it's a liver. I don't know what it is. She has some kind of condition. But she goes to the hospital. They don't, or the doctor's office. They don't know. They do some testing. They do some blood testing, and they come back to her and they tell her she's pregnant. And at the time, my mother's like 15, and she's like, "No, I'm not." Right.
Wow.
And they're like, well, see, we just did this blood test, and I don't know if it's is there someone you can't tell, or did something happen that you want to tell us about? Because we did this test, and normally when people have this blood result, it means that they're pregnant. She's like, I'm not pregnant. See, I have not been with a man like that, right? So I'm definitely not pregnant because I'm virgin, right? So, so she eventually calls my dad, my grandfather calls her dad. Dad, they're saying there's some test that says I'm pregnant. I'm definitely not pregnant. So I'm gonna need you to come in here and deal with this. She's crying, she's embarrassed, right? They're treating her like, she's a girl who just needs to own up to the fact that she's clearly been having the sexual relations and blah, 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 right? And so my grandfather comes in, and I guess, I don't know, vouches for her character or whatever, but she keeps freaking out, and eventually they do some additional tests. They eventually convince them to do some additional testing, and they figure out she's got this rare blah, 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 that she's has treated ever since, right? Of course she wasn't pregnant. What's the point of this story? At 15 years old, my mother knew virgins don't have children.
Yeah.
And they could literally, her medical experts, medical professionals, came back to her with a fucking medical test result that suggests to them empirically, in the literally, majority of cases they observed, they're not even questioning this, right? They're like, oh, then this happens, oh, she's pregnant. Right, straight up. But, again, no cognitive dissonance here. Have I fucked dude? No? Okay, I'm not pregnant. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. That test can go fuck itself. Right? Like, and she was right. But again, they somehow convinced her, the Jesus was both fully human and fully God and Virgin Mary and blah, 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 blah. And again, I'm the asshole for pointing this out. I said to her, I'm telling you, people have been lying to you your whole life and taking your money. And you're mad at the person who's telling you you're being lied to instead of the people who have been lying to you. Well, if they're lying to me, why do you care? What do you care if they take my money? James, I hit her straight with your line. You've been sending your money up to the sky instead of we need it. You should have been sending it. You didn't spend it on this family. Well, it's my money. You've tried to give me the best financial advice you could give me my entire life. You are sending 10% of your income off the top your whole life to something that's not true. And now I'm telling you, and you don't think you need to look into, well, what do you want me to do? Ask for a refund? Okay. It's just like, fine, cool. We're just going to walk down this road till y'all get this.
Your mom sounds fantastically immature.
Only about one thing. My mother's a goddamn corporate executive, James.
Yeah, that's the thing, though.
Oversees hundreds. She oversaw hundreds of people. Guatemala, India. She was a corporate executive for GE, literally the world's largest corporation.
Sure.
Fucking.
These are different. These are different skill sets, right? These are different skill sets. Somebody can be responsible enough to show up every day for work, to show up every day for college before that, to handle the workload they give her, to do the training that they train her for. But at the same time, they can be immature in other ways, right? They can be immature in the way that they reason on social issues and moral issues and societal issues and still tell other people how to do their paperwork, right? She can still do that. She can still show up at a board meeting, wearing a fancy suit or, whatever women wear in board meetings, and nod her head and say, yeah, I think we should buy this or sell that or move this or move that, but still have no clue about how to manage her own personal relationships.
Absolutely.
And lack the maturity it takes to even begin to process the issues where she falls short.
Yes.
And that's the thing.
And the way she was raised almost guaranteed that outcome. Right. If I am truly going to say that it's a fucking damn near miracle that I am more fortunate in that I am a that I'm no longer Christian than I am that I got a dual PhD, it would take a double miracle for my mother. But part of also what I think should be said here is we were making a lot of progress, right? She knew I was an atheist. We were starting to have more conversations. I was even able to mention more things about, my content or different things that happen in the community or how I was processing different things, right? And then her moving my grandparents in prompted a lot of this too, because that was scary because I thought we had more time maybe to make a little bit more progress. But to me, and I think, to be honest, they're a lot less extreme in their personality, right? Which kind of presents me as the hard ass here. Do you see what I'm saying? But the extremism of what they really think, feel, and have practiced in the family all these years has done a toll that to me, they got to deal with, and they won't change directions. That conversation happened on Saturday. No matter what the fuck we said on that conversation, my mother hung up that motherfucking phone, went to fix dinner for her husband and her parents, my grandparents, and my grandfather got up the next morning, being Sunday morning, picked his monkey ass up, got on the phone, and preached the goddamn sermon.
Wow.
And there's no way you can continue to preach Pentecostal sermons in this home and then turn around and tell your atheist son you love him. Because you are continuing to practice a religion that preaches the absolute destruction of people like me. And they just have not come to grips with that inescapable reality. And I'm realizing it's because they refused to look that inescapable reality in the face.
Right.
I got to take a quick little restroom nod. I'm going to play the clip so we can get through some of this footage. Again, y'all had a fantastic conversation, and I'm sorry we've got through such little footage, and I'm sure there's so much we can go on to. But let me hit some of this footage, James, and I'll be back.
All right. Value to some of the people in our family has been that of a character in a story, and because I'm no longer identifying as that character, and because I no longer identify or embrace that story, I worry that as I move away from that and I need to be honest with people about my journey and who I am. I worry that people will lose sight of who I am, or maybe they never even saw who I was in the first place because I'm not that character in that story. I don't think I really ever was. I just supposed that I was, and I humored it, and I accepted it for the longest time. But now I don't anymore. And just kind of let somebody know, look, I don't know how much you want to know about my journey, where I'm exactly at, how I arrived at where I'm at, but I want to let you know that because I want to continue to make an investment in you. And because I want to encourage you to continue to make those kinds of investments in me, I want you to know that trust is still there. I'm extending it in hope, right? I'm willing to trust you with insights into my journey, where I'm at right now. And I'm offering you an invitation to not necessarily embrace my narrative instead of your own, but to
read my narrative, to examine where I'm at in my journey, to learn more about where I'm at, how I got here, so that you can understand me in the context of who I really am and where I'm really at. And if you don't want to, that's a decision you're going to have to make. But if you want to continue to invest and evolve and nurture and grow and mutually benefit from what we could have together, as, for example, mother and son, then I'm here for that, and I will be tomorrow, and I will be next year. This is not like a coupon; it doesn't expire, right? This is just where I'm at, and I hope that you'll consider making that investment to understand better where I'm at. Not in the frame of I'd like to prove your religion wrong, but in the frame of this is where I'm at. This is about me, where I'm at. It's not about me trying to get you to be somewhere else. I want to be seen. I want to be heard. I want to be understood in context, so that when you say you love me, it means something deeper and something truer than you love a character in a story, right? Or you love my potential to be that. Like, I need you to see me. And then at that point, they can just respond how they want to. And if they're like, okay, yeah, I want to know about where you're at and how you've gotten there, then you can start to share. And you can say, we're not going to be able to cover all this in one sitting. It's just too much. But I'm just going to kind of give you the gist of it. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask me the questions. And, if it gets to be too much, we'll just stop and we can continue it when you've had a chance to digest what I'm giving you. And, and we can go from there days, weeks, or months forward. That way it's not threatening to them. It's not accusatory. It's not threatening. It's not insulting. You're not telling them that they're wrong or that they're invalid. You're simply saying, here's where I'm at, and I'm worried that we're going to go apart from this. And I want to see if we can avoid that, right? And give them an opportunity to decide how much they want to invest and how much respect they want to extend to you in understanding. And they'll let you know. You don't even have to guess. You don't have to beg. You don't have to plead. You don't have to argue. They'll let you know how far, what it's worth to them, what it's worth to them to develop your relationship and meet you on an understanding, right? And they either will or they won't. And if they do, they just do however much they do. As long as you make it gentle and patient for them, I think anybody that truly is invested in the idea of a connection with you as family, they'll make the time. They'll go through the process. They just might have to do it in pieces, right? And time to digest. And it might be bumpy roads. They might sometimes hit a sour note with you, right? You might sometimes end on a sour note or have this moment of discord, but you can recover from it. That's just part of the human experience. Just ride it out. And that was my advice. And I don't know if that's what he took to that stage or if it's not. Melody says James is voicing some of what I am. What I'm dealing with. Yes. So what are your thoughts on that, Tux?
Well, I think you're clearly more familiar with the scenario and have discussed it with Jay a lot more. I just know that life always turns out better when you treat it, when you treat everything as going into it as a marriage instead of a divorce. And it kind of sounded to me when Jay was on your stream earlier that he was ready to go divorce. Mentally separating. I don't know. That's what it sounded like to me.
So, I mean, yeah, I get that vibe, and I picked up on that vibe too. But like you said, like, there's a limit to what we can know. This is Jay's headspace, and that's why we were both kind of hoping he was in chat right now to kind of jump in and share some more of that with us. But
I always myself wonder where privilege comes into conversations like this. I always think that there is a continuum on which the way in which we respond to problems often reflects our vulnerability to the issue. And it sometimes feels like I don't know. There's a way in which, and again, I say this about a lot of issues that I've realized on the left or on the atheist side, where sometimes there are certain, like, I want to say tactics that I think, to me, often feel like they're nearly religious platitudes, right? And I think they make us feel better about the way we're approaching a situation without thinking through the other perspectives, right? And I don't want to say like I'm accusing Texas. It's what I'm saying is I don't know how much that plays into stuff, and it concerns me because it's that thing I constantly have to reflect on, like, no, to me, we're way past, you'd get further with honey than vinegar. No. These people have been getting the honey, they ain't never got the vinegar, right? And then I'm wondering, is they get further with honey better than vinegar just something we say to make us feel better if, hey, at the end of the day, we can all sleep through our thing and they ain't really threaten us that much anyway. You see what I'm saying? Is it a tactic? Is it let's sit around and strategize about what's more effective, the same way we critique them for doing? I'm not great with that either, right? You see what I'm saying? Or you're like, oh, am I just totally, missing this, right? And so it's kind of frustrating because I don't know. I tend to think that, I don't know. For the most part, I just feel like I'm not comfortable in that place of peaceful warrior anymore. And it's a great irony to hear myself say that because Peaceful Warrior is literally my favorite movie. But I see that as someone struggle with and trying to overcome themselves. I don't know. It's tough. I don't. Here's the thing, James. Mm-hmm. I always try to start with the honey. And I feel like, number one, I've been putting this off for so long as respectfully right. And then I feel like what I guess I'm getting at is I feel like, again, we don't know if we're dealing with narcissists, but we are certainly going to deal with the narcissist playbook. So every time I try to soft pedal it, my mom's like, well, what are you getting at? Well, what does this have to do with me and you? Well, come out and say it, right? So then I'm going to try to put it as gently as I can. Well, then the gaslighting starts. All right, well, let me tell you why that was not the appropriate way to respond and what I just said. Well, now why are you debating me? I don't know. Right? And so eventually it's just, you're dealing with, unfortunately, the narcissistic playbook, which is like, you feed honey to a narcissist, baby. You're just giving them a taste they love.
All right.
They're giving you the business, and you're feeding them back good vibes and good times. Man, this is a win-win for them.
So, do you feel like your mom might be a narcissist?
Oh, most certainly. And personally, no. Just this. She's definitely no. She's almost certainly not. But in that conversation, just every bit, it's because they have to go to the toxic.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
because that's the religious mode.
That's the religious mode. That's the mode. Yeah.
And that's the thing. Like, not all religious fundamentalists are narcissists, but they've all been trained to think this.
You're telling me, wait, why is this conversation so important to me to talk about why I have a problem with you identifying as a Christian? You then tell me it's not that big of a deal. Okay, then you're certainly going to just stop identifying as this is not that big of a deal to you now that you understand that it's all about the wickedness of people like me for existing. Oh, no, I can't do that. It's just, it was, and so you're seeing that side, and then you're realizing, this is what I got to deal with. And for me, I feel like, and again, it's all good. There'll be time. They all need time to grow and process, and I think you just got to get through that ugly part sometimes. Sure. And again, I want to just emphasize it's because we've made some progress. So I don't want to say it's been all ugly. We've, like Melody, there's been a surprising amount of positive progress in all of this. Now we have to get through what for me is the tough part, which is requiring the follow through.
I think that Jay's just in a really raw place right now.
Absolutely. I gotta some of this I gotta let roll so y'all can hear some more of this conversation. Although I'll let you guys. I'll let you guys check out Tux TV to check out the entire thing.
He has been hard on Jay because he's high risk and because he takes it very serious.
This was a very good
separate
point.
From the issue of some people think it should be taken less seriously. And some people agree with how serious he takes it, like separate from the issue. He takes it how serious he takes it, and he's got reasons that I think are rational for how serious he takes it. Been very isolated, and that's one of the reasons why, in fact, that's maybe the primary reason why this community has been so important for Jay and for a lot of other people here. I mean, Kata lives on the side of a mountain in the deep outback of Australia, right? And so many of us, for different reasons and different circumstances, feel quite isolated.
So a couple things you guys should know, but maybe not. I have worked from home for years before COVID because, as you may or may not know, I'm a virtual evolutionary biologist, and since my work is primarily computational. Now, it wasn't always quote unquote working from home. It's just the idea that, it's just the idea that for us, it's like I always had, I had a lab that I worked in, and so I went into lab every day, like you would imagine most biologists do. And did the normal campus life. But, when I wasn't doing lab work, right, and I shifted to primarily computational work, a lot of people take that route when they go computational. Some people sit in like a bullpen all day, like some cubicles, and sit there and type away. But most of us are like, nah, I'm going to kick it in sweats and do the damn thing from home. So the COVID was not the impetus for me for working from home. I'm a little bit disappointed because I was hoping it would. Well, actually, I think it's accelerated, the normalization of working from home. I just think there is some pushback right now that I'm frustrated with. But I think overall, there's no putting Pandora back in that box, baby. So I should say that, and I should say also that internet communities were very important to me before COVID. A lot of you guys know I'm part of a GTA motorcycle club. I was a Twitch streamer, so I had made community, streaming on Twitch and through WWE games and wrestling games, and even felt like I was making a difference in the lives like young people and all that shit. So, I didn't really have a lot of friends. Like my life was like the people I knew from work. My work life was great, but I felt like I didn't have much of a social life, right? And so it was like my work life was great. Mostly my social life entailed dating, right? So it's like if I'm not, how it is, James, right? You're dating, you're good. If not, you're like, it'd be nice to at least, take care of that. Right. So if that was rocking, but it really became where most of my friends outside of work in my dating life was my club. Like it was like something's gonna happen. I'm talking to my club. Me and my club went through a lot. We've gone through a lot of life together over the last 5 years, and so I've been that way in my Twitch communities. And I just want to say that because I mean to say I'm not going anywhere. I have that insecurity about some of these relationships, and it's fine. Some people, this was a COVID thing for them, and I get that. I totally get that. And I even now I think you see people who have kind of, they're just getting back to their lives, whatever it was before this, right? And then some people are finding they're kind of working back into it, so maybe they're around a little bit less and all that. That's all love. And I just want people to know, for me, it's not that thing. At the same time, James is 250 million% right. Of course, COVID elevated and escalated all of that. And certainly this community, not just dealing with the isolation, but also the fact that it's the atheist community. It's sort of me, and it's almost been a coming out party for me in many ways as an atheist. And then everything with the stream and the content and all of that. So absolutely right, but I just want y'all to know, your boy is just all about that virtual life, but definitely super isolated from COVID, right? Because that was the difference, right? I after a while, I started playing out of church, right? So then I actually had a social life. I had friends and gigs and trips and, you know what I'm saying, all of that. And then certainly COVID hurt me in losing that, because that was making me feel like my life was whole, you know what I mean? Like really, really whole. And so, yeah, I've definitely needed the internet community more. And then it's just been a lot of personal growth. So I love this community. I'm all about it. I know a lot of y'all feel this way, but I'm always be here. So we good.
These days. And Jay's losing his sense of connection gradually with people that he
100%.
And his family.
100%.
And he doesn't feel properly seen, heard, respected, invested in, or anything else, and that's all understandable. He's coming from a place that's very raw and very vulnerable and very fearful and very upset, and understandably so. Understandably upset. And so, I think that some of the divorce vibe that we're getting is from a place of a transitional place where he's still trying to work it out. And I don't know this for sure, but this is my interpretation of it, that he's just trying to work through these issues out loud with the community support.
This is a really important point to make, and I want to touch on this a couple of ways. My mom identified something, and I spoke to it because she, that's how my family is, right? My mom's, generally not this immature about other things, right? So her natural self is going to come out. So we were trying to have a heart-to-heart underneath all this. You see what I'm saying? And so she said to me, like, it seems like you're just as extreme as the, sort of the way you feel about the religion you're against. And that was kind of her whole argument. Like, she's just not that extreme. Like, she's more of a, hey, it ain't that big of a deal. Whereas she's identifying that I'm upset about this extreme religiosity, right? And then I'm this extreme atheistness, right? And in some sense, I'm then like, yeah, that's right. Because part of what I'm accepting is atheism is extremely important to me. And in some sense, I'm not just an atheist, but I'm all about the atheist cause, the atheist fight, the empowerment of atheist people, the representation of atheist people in government, the transformation of literally the globe in favor of. Now, I'm with you, James. Get over it. You ain't gonna change the world, but I'm a damn sure try to have some influence on the motherfuckers up around me in this here lifetime I got. So. Yeah. And I said to her, like, your father's a fundamentalist preacher, a Pentecostal preacher, and your son is literally an atheist cult leader. Sorry. It's like, sorry, them's be the breaks. You know what I'm saying? And I what I'm trying to say, y'all, is I'm not trying to come at this like it's me versus you, but I'm trying to come at this like, this is who I am, this is who y'all are. We got to start from there. Now, what I'm saying is my side doesn't require any of this. but it just kind of is what it is. And so I'm not a person, and the way I feel about it is, again, I know who my family is, y'all. They're the like you said, to me, this religiousness is like the Nazi. Oh, what you said about the Republican shit? I damn near feel that way about Christianity, right? Because it's the hope for the fascist dear leader or whatever the fuck that, but it's good to y'all. And she even said that, and I'm like, Mom, that's the problem. It's comfortable. Yeah, of course it's comfortable for you. But I use the example of, the Senator Raphael Warnock, historic, civic achievement for people of color. Spend 10 minutes telling us about how blessed we all are and worthy of... Finally, black woman on the Supreme Court again. Spend the first 10 minutes of your speech giving all praise and glory to God. And I said, we're not even here. We don't even exist. Y'all rammed the Constitution down our throat, separation of church and state, except when it's your church. So it's I'm sorry, but yes, I need the people in my life, especially those closest to me, to not align themselves with organizations that promote the hatred of people like me. And I'm sorry that y'all have invested so much of your identity in an organization that practices hatred of people like me, but that is in fact the reason I am now trying to get organized to stop the practice of people like me, the practice of hatred of people like me. Them's be the breaks.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't start this war, but we are in fact in it because we're the target of it.
Mm-hmm. Notice too that we're winning it in America and in the UK, in all the developed nations. We're winning it.
Yeah.
The non-religious are rising at an unprecedented rate, and Christians are falling at an unprecedented rate. And we are statistically, they've done the math. We are definitely going to overtake them, and they're dying. Their religion.
I told her that too. I literally said, like you said, I said we call it the Great Awakening. I said this thing's going away and it's not coming back.
Yeah.
And here's the other thing. I said two things. I said, I accept what you said, James. You did your stream. And I talked about this on the first stream I did, but I know a lot of people missed it. And I'm going to be like, hey, you got to go back and watch Do This Fire thing to hear where I said this. I said that you talk about you have to get over the fact that you're not going to change the world. You may not have that spirit of influence, right? But I also was talking about a former MSNBC correspondent who talked about how, she was mission first. So when it came to conflict between, her trying to fight the good fight and what the fuck the corporate producer overlords wanted of her, she always knew where she could get some wiggle and dance and give the producers what they needed as long as they were, giving her the platform to do the pieces she needed for the people. And when they pushed things too far and it was people or whatever, she was like, I got to go because I'm on mission, so see y'all later. And easy because you just got to do what you got to do. And I accept both those things. But her point was like, you got to start, because people ask me, what can I do? Well, you got to start with the people around you. I'm going to kick it to you like James. A lot of y'all, you won't change the world. I won't change the world. I ain't never going to be rich, famous, none of that. All right, cool. Let's check that off the list. No worries. I ain't gonna never have no kind of real political power. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of y'all probably like me, not like me in the sense that most of y'all will never even have a YouTube channel, nothing like that, because you just don't feel like doing that. No worries. Most people don't. And you definitely have influence on YouTubers and in the YouTube community and on your friends and stuff like that. But it is sort of a thing where I feel like if you want to feel more empowered, you can start, like they said, start with your family, start with your friends. If if we're gonna say, hey, if you got QAnoners in your family, hey, you might want to step to them and help them see the light. Hey, if you got Trumpists in your family, yeah, time for you to have an uncomfortable conversation. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's shit on the line here. Come on now. So I think for a lot of us, I know myself, like, I feel great about all of it because, again, whatever play-by-play I could do and, say, oh, I could have done this or that differently, I don't even care because it feels so good to be relieved of the anguish from keeping it inside. To be honest, a piece of advice I would give everybody is go for it. Whatever happens, happens. And when it's over, don't overanalyze what happened. You're like, Jay, you're being a hypocrite because you're doing that right now. No, it's going to happen naturally. Like, if you're a streamer, you're going to make streams about it. If you're not, you're going to think about it when you lay down or whatever the fuck. But don't go out of your way to overwork your mind analyzing how you behave in your most vulnerable moments. I got news for you. Nobody's at their best in their most vulnerable moments. Nobody. So if you just accept that about yourself, accept that about the other party, it happened, move on. It's almost like in us, in the grand scheme of things, it's really not that big of a deal. It happened. It's not like she hates me. I don't hate her. It's not like we're never going to talk again. We had a blow up. Both need some time to reflect and think about it. If I don't hear from her, I'll call her in a couple weeks. If something urgent happens in between now and then, I'm sure she'll call me. Really not that much has changed. You see what I'm saying? It's not like she's not going to forgive me for anything. I may have said that, she feels went too far. It's not like I already forgave her for anything she said. I called it anything she said that went too far. That's exactly why I told her ass off when I told her ass off, so that I don't have to have any resentment or animosity or need to forgive her going forward, because I already spoke my mind. Anything she said that she was out of line, oh, she knows. I said exactly what I wanted to say about it as soon as she said that shit came out of her mouth. So we're already good because I already said what I got to say about it to her. You see what I'm saying? Like, so good to go, and it's just like if you have a tough day at work, you're like, holy shit, yeah, there was just gonna be that one day of the day where, remember all that cement, remember they told you there's gonna come that day where there's like all them loads of cement and you're gonna have to bring them shits all the way over here. Yeah, today was that day. Take your monkey ass to bed, you know what I'm saying? Get a sandwich, take your monkey ass to bed, get up and go to work tomorrow.
Yeah.
The other thing I wanted to touch on is, in some sense, y'all inspire me, because I feel like if I have a dual PhD in evolutionary biology, the one science that actually demonstrates we definitely were not created, so you can scratch that off the list, that whole God creator. Any creator God you got, wrong. So that's all the Abraham religions right on out the door. I have the support of a YouTube community. I do counter apologetics every day. I literally am friends with some of the best counter apologists in the game. We hear all the good stuff about, all the PhDs and all the great scholars of all the relevant fields. I've literally taken Richard Carrier's class on the historicity of Jesus as we studied his whole book. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I can't do this, I have absolutely no right at all to encourage any of you to do it whatsoever. None, absolutely none at all. None. Literally, I am professionally enabled to do this. My advisor, my teaching mentor, the motherfucking director of my program is like, yeah, I think you going on YouTube, dancing around and then shredding creationism, oh, that's totally good to go. Yeah. Oh, no. Yeah, no. We think that's a promising career. Yeah, you can have that's what you want to do with your career. Knock yourself out. Just make sure you publish some papers. We're good to go. Right? Like, if I can't do it, who the fuck can? If coming from generations of ministers growing up in a Jesuit school and being on a goddamn worship team isn't enough influence of Christianity on my fucked up ass life to fucking get up here. Man, if I can't do it, I have absolutely no right whatsoever to encourage any of you to do it. So, you know, I just did it, and you know, I think it's been some of the best streams, some good ass content. So, you know, it's worth it, just even in the sense that I don't have to feel like I'm out here being a fucking hypocrite, trying to counter apologize, and then I'm not willing to call out the Christians in my own life. I'm like, nah, y'all, I'm willing to call out my mama. Trust me. And I mean, that's it when I say it. You know what I mean? And that feels fucking great.
You know, it's just where he's at in the moment, how he's feeling. And I think part of the reason it's so raw for him right now is it was just today that he had the conversation with his mom. A conversation that has been a long time in coming. And I think that if we were weeks
Cheers,
or
everybody.
or even a year past it, he might not have as much of a divorce vibe as he did today. But, you know, it's kind of a polemic that, I mean, he already wrestles with bipolar disorder, and he's been very vocal about this, very open about this, transparent. So, you know, I think that maybe makes a person more inclined towards black and white when their emotions are strong, right? Like, we got to get this resolved now, like kind of a thing, like you're in or you're out kind of a thing. And that's just coming from a place of pain and angst, right? Like, I don't know.
All right, so there's some cool shit happening here. So, of course, this first thing I want to point out is we're having this conversation about, you know, how important the internet community is to me, and, you know, falling out of, you know, dealing with the family and, you know, losing connection and all of that shit, right? And I have so much connection with our community and real intimacy, especially facilitated by Gather, because again, guys, I know you probably don't realize this, but we're in Gather 24/7.
Right.
Literally, like we all go to sleep, we wake up, and we're right back in Gather. But no, it's been amazing. Like, y'all, the last couple nights, like, for instance, like, Joel's been playing the feature movie, like, because, you know, I got to go to sleep at some point, right? And Joel works kind of like an overnight shift. So I always play, like, a Myron Bot playlist that's going to go overnight, right? But now, Joel's been, like, playing, like, you know, kind of like better movies because you play on different apps, you know, you get even outside of YouTube, right? And then, because you got to sit there, right? Like, we can watch anything we want, but I got to be there because you can't make, like, a playlist. Right, so when I go to pass out overnight, I've got to make a playlist just to make sure there's something going, you know, overnight. But since Joel's working, he's like, nah, I can sit in here and, like, play a couple movies or whatever, right? So, like, last night we watched The Sound of Metal. We watched The Departed the other night. Like, we were just watching fucking bangers, like, every night, you know? You know, watch Weeds and Cheers, so we have a lot of fun. But it's so funny because it's like losing that connection with family and talking about the intimacy of internet community. AR just pops in the chat. It's like, yeah, Jay's out walking the dog.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's the kind of level we're at, right? Where we're in Gather. I was off stream, you know, we're between watching the game and getting ready to do the Rebecca thing. And, you know, I got to let Sam out. And, you know, with the community, it's like not only are we connected or friends, not only is there people who watch my streams, but literally I could come up in a conversation, somebody could be like, where's Jay? And AR's like, oh yeah, he's just out walking. He'll be right back. You know, so it's evidence, right? It's evidence of, no, we know Jay. Oh, Jay's good. Yeah, we're in daily, yeah, you know what I mean? It's proof of the real community that we're building, as the contrast with the relationship with the families becomes strained, where if you call them, they don't really know, right? Another perfect example is I talked to my mom about, you know, how, you know, fun me and my dad play cards, and, you know, it's a great thing for us. And we, you know, it's like, even though, you know, I don't know if my dad socially identifies as Christian or whatever, he just never talks about it, whatever. But, like, our relationship's always been built on common interest, right? And, father-son bonding or whatever the fuck. Whereas in my family, everything's been about Jesus. So, like, I had to ask them, like, I can't even think of a game that this family plays. Can't think of, right? There was never a tradition. Me and my cousins play video games together, right? I could tell you what me and my cousins play. But there was never, like, because, again, everything was church, meals and whatever, but it was never, like, because, again, games of chance, all that shit's frowned upon in the thing, right? So, my mom said, oh, we have dominoes, we have puzzles, but that was kind of the thing. Like, growing up, you would have never broken out dominoes in front of my grandparents. You crazy? You know what I mean? Like, they were just against games of chance, right? So that was all out. Like, there's no playing cards in the Priester household, right? Now, they might not have given sermons against it, but they're really almost against everything. So you reflect on that. Whereas, like, me and my dad will eventually do streams together because he's still kind of getting familiar with Gather and the different apps and stuff like that. But he's been in there enough that when he pops in to play cards, I was like, oh, hey, Al, how you doing? Blah, 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 blah. Right. And it's like, that's the thing. He can participate in my life.
Right.
My real late day, literally, this stream is getting cut short. The reason I played that clip so long, blah, 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 is because my dad wants to play cards, and I got to make sure we eventually end this goddamn stream between 7:30 and 8. So I'm trying to get through this. but literally, because you know what I'm saying? But that's the, ooh. Hang on, I accidentally muted. But that's the kind of cost that we don't even talk about, those kind of unspoken cost of not getting to know each other on a different level.
Even Jay doesn't know, I'm sure, how he's going to feel or think or process it tomorrow or next week or next month. But yeah, I mean, I would advise caution if he were here, and I kind of did earlier, and I would again if it comes up again. But it's difficult. It's a difficult thing to work through, and this is the reason. It's so much uncertainty and so much to lose, and so a lot of the people in our community, like Melody Joy, like for the longest time, just was just waiting to work up the courage and a feeling of,
fuck, what is the movie with Lady Gaga and Bradley Cooper? It's like a music movie. That was the movie we watched the other night that I couldn't think of. That movie is so fucking good. Sometimes there's a movie that, like, I see the trailers and the commercials for it when it first comes out. What is it called, Joel? That movie is so fucking Joel, mute your mic. What's the sorry, or mute the stream rather. What's it called? Commercials when it first comes out. A Star is Born. A Star is Born. Yes. Yes, that's the movie.
Kind of having some sort of a game plan, right, to go into this. And Kat is working on that right now, and some other people in our community are too. I've gone through this years ago. Like I have the benefit of there's nobody left to come out to, right? And so is that good or bad? I don't know.
Thanks, Joe.
The only people in my life are my two kids that live here with me. That's it. There's the only two people.
All right, so yeah, here's what I was going to say. A lot of times a really popular movie comes out, and by the trailers and the hype, I can tell it's like the next big thing. So I play like I'm too cool for school and like don't bother to see it, right? And that actually happened with both The Sound of Metal and A Star is Born. Like when I saw the trailer for Star is Born, Lady Gaga is fantabulous. Bradley Cooper is life-changing. And A Star is Born, man, fuck this shit. Some shit's just a really good night at the movies. And sometimes all the movie people who don't do shit but watch movies and they tell you the fucking movie is real fucking the shit and you gotta see it because it's really that good. It is. They're right. They're right. Turns out they do, in fact, often know what they're talking about. And I should stop fronting because I missed these movies by years. Thanks, Joel. Appreciate you for literally catching me up on some modern classics and Gather.
That I have in the entire world physically that are here in the country with me. I have a good friend in Canada. I have another in Israel. Other than that, everybody that I know and talk to is online. Everybody is in this community. It's all I've got in the world. So I don't know. Like I can't speak too much to what it's like for somebody else when they're coming from a different place. But like, and you said the same, right? Like you can't completely relate to where Jay's at because it's not identical to a situation that you've been in, and that makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah, I agree, James. Where you're coming from a different place, especially if this community is as important as it is to some of us, right? And something that I've thought about with that is, I think one thing that concerns me is I think it's great for people to think about human relationships holistically, because there's something different about a relationship that is physical. You're in the same room, breathing the same air, holding hands, touching butts, as I like to call it. But I also think part of the dehumanization and trolling and just outright terrible behavior we see on the internet, especially wrapped up in the anonymity of how a lot of people interact, is facilitated by treating, relationships sustained through communication, interpersonal or mass media, as somehow less than, other than, not real, not the whole thing. I get to say it can't be all of your relationships because there are certain needs you can't meet virtually. That just certainly happens to be the reality of the human condition. But I think it's important to not then, as a result of that, denigrate virtual relationships, because one, I think it will help you treat others better. You will recognize there's a human being on the other end of that comment stream, on and on and on. And two, I think you'll find those relationships much more fulfilling and meaningful, because you'll realize that, okay, there might be this limitation, but also if we are more this way, then you can, within that limitation, then escalate, how much you get out of it. And then also, you have to remember, why denigrate the means that facilitates the relationship in the first place? Yeah, I like to shit on YouTube because YouTube has some shitty policies and they could do a lot better to help their content creators. But, I'm tremendously appreciative of the opportunity I get to have a community that I meet primarily and get to interact with, in a meaningful way through YouTube. So, well, then why turn around and say, well, I can't make real friends and meaningful relationships on YouTube? It's just, it undermines, you know what I'm saying? It's like YouTube, because of YouTube, I can, kick it with Kat halfway across the world. So that's the very thing that makes it possible. Well, why then shit around and say, well, we can't really be friends. I can't really, no, I could turn to you. If I was going through something, I could hit Kat up. Probably wouldn't spill my beans on YouTube, but because I know her on YouTube, I can hit her up on Instagram and we can have a very personal conversation, right? Video chat if we need to and all that, right? So, and again, that's just my take on that. Yeah.
And I don't know. Like, I'm rooting for Jay, and that's probably all I could say about it. I'm rooting for him. I feel him. I get where he's saying. I agree that probably he needs to work on having for his own sake, if he really wants a positive outcome, I don't know. Like, he doesn't want to leave it unresolved, right? Because he's in this anxious state that doesn't get resolved because the situation isn't resolved. I mean, he doesn't want to take years to work through something that should have never been an issue and should be simple enough, right? And I get him. Like, yeah, logically, but, someone's coming from that religious.
Here's another great thing about it. I was very intentional about my timing of all this. And I think I'll kind of wrap up here and get some thoughts from the panel. So part of this for me was, like James talked about. Before I do that, I want to touch on the bipolar. Yes, absolutely. Bipolar probably is known. I'm no doubt known to contribute to its mood swings, right? So, if that makes you more prone to black and white extreme thinking and all of that, yes, right? And it's interesting. Part of, I think, the lesson of The Sound of Metal was sort of this. It's about a drummer. He loses his hearing. He's sort of adopted by a non-hearing community. You know, he resists that. Ultimately, he kind of accepts that, gets with that. But before he goes all the way in, tries to bail. And let's just say in the end, he comes full circle around to self-acceptance. I'll leave it at that so I don't spoil too much. For a lot of us, I kept telling Joe, I didn't know this movie was about atheism. But you will be able to watch it and insert your personal whatever's there. For me, it could have been about atheism. It could have been about smoking weed. It could have been about music and playing drums itself. But it could have very easily been about bipolar. And I always think of bipolar as something I want to manage, but I know I need to manage, but I would not get rid of. And sometimes in the cases of management medications I've had to get rid of it felt like, all right, so you guys, bipolar, right? Mood swings. You think you can't manage your mood, so you can get depressive, you can get manic, right? So they try to stabilize your mood. Well, I always tell people you have a natural inclination to seek pleasure and avoid pain. And if your mood is too artificially stabilized, you will do neither. Right? Because you're just, right? And that's because they're trying to manage you from getting manic so you don't feel the get up and go get it and let's have bright ideas, let's be creative, let's practice, let's get, you know what I'm saying? Let's get going, right? Let's take on the world, right? You don't have that no more. And then you also don't, you feel like you lose part of your empathy. You're just kind of whatever. You're not, you're not raging, right? But you're also like, it's just not. You're just not responding to any fucking thing.
All that makes sense. I mean, there have been times where I've thought, you know what, it'd be nice if I could just be temporarily bipolar, because I sure wouldn't mind feeling some of those highs right about now.
Sure.
I can't remember the last time I felt any. You know?
And I probably am more that, right? I definitely probably are manic more than depressive, which is on the spectrum towards the fun side, I'd say. I'm also definitely way out on the high functioning side, fortunately.
Sure.
And also somehow on the side common amongst porn stars or some shit like that. So I've got the sex drive to boot. So again, towards the fun side. It's one of those things where that was terrible. That was like fucking torture. And so you have to learn to manage it in a way that you don't feel like you are not yourself and you don't lose your personality. And so I feel like the way it's managed now is like right on the margins. Like if you stay on it, you're good to go, right? And if the system gets pushed a little bit, you're still good to go. And even if it gets pushed way out in the extremes, you're primarily still good to go. But if you get pushed hard enough, you're gonna bite. And you wouldn't want it any other way. There's a certain way I appreciate that about it, because I feel like that's what I'm passionate about. That's the part of you that makes you, when I'm gigging, right? That's the part that makes you work all day and practice all night.
Yeah.
And that's the part that when somebody comes after your friends, you're like, oh no, this means war, and y'all done fucked up in a way that the beatings will continue until morale improves. If I wasn't a manic depressive, I don't know if y'all could get 4 streams in one day, just because some shit happened that we should talk about before I go to bed. I might have just said, I'll go to sleep and see if I still feel like talking about Rebecca tomorrow. Maybe I don't.
I had that same thought yesterday.
Right? Instead, I was like,
This bitch posted 17 minutes ago, and she is going down 38 minutes from now. So I always say you want to manage it, but you don't want to get rid of it, you know? The other thing that I reflect on is my family. You know, if in fact they are narcissist or playing out of that playbook, you're in an environment where that's what you're going to have to deal with. And so, you know, again, like I said, I feel like I always try to be because, you know, I try to put on my best self for your family, right? But it feels like the playbook is going to make sure your best self is not effective. Is probably the simplest way I could put it. And at some point, you're just gonna have to cut through the bullshit and get right at it. And I am kind of taking this hardline position. And it's not easy for me to take. It's especially not easy to take with my own family. But it feels like a position I have to take because it's just the truth. Christianity, the Abrahamic gods, are fundamentally about hatred of non-believers. Heathens are the ultimate fucked up people who in the end will most certainly get theirs. Mm-hmm. Whether it's, oh, the Lord is promised to give us dominion over their lands, or, you know, the Christian, you know, don't take up the ways of the heathen or follow after their customs, and in the end, the Lord will have his wrath and bloodbath upon them and all of this shit. Or straight up Islam's thou shalt not suffer a heathen to live. Ain't no way around this one, y'all. I'm sorry. And that, believe it or not, as you said, being in a raw place, James, feels like something that is in a own way more a challenge to me that I'm dealing with in real time. And the conversation with my mom was the first time I actually said to my greatest ally in my family, being my mother, like, hey, actually, if we're going to have this serious conversation about this, yeah, Christianity itself is the thing that's got to change about you. I'm sorry.
All right.
And
I realize
that's
that
fact she's
crazy,
not ready, but that's you know, that was why it went the way it went. Go ahead.
Yeah, a lot of believers think that's not fair. Like, oh, just because you don't like her religion, she should just change it on the spot. Like the moment you tell her religion's wrong. Oh, right. I didn't know. And I get what they're saying with that, but basically, this is the Ku Klux Klan. That's what Christianity is. It always Christians like to pretend like the KKK and things like that are just some kind of fringe thing that they're not, that they don't associate with, and that those aren't real Christians. And I'm like, recognize that all the different forms of Christianity are forms of the KKK, all of them,
right?
All of them. And
right.
So you are a black atheist waking up to the fact that you've been raised to hate yourself, to deny yourself, to misunderstand yourself, right? So now that you're awakened from that shit, you realize, shit, that same religion tells us to absolutely hate everybody that realizes the bullshit. If anybody realizes our religion's bullshit, they deserve to die. That's the message. And you're like, well, now that I realize your religion's bullshit, that means your religion says I have to die. And it's like, how can you harmonize that with saying that you love me as a person or as a son? You can't. You just can't. So it is the equivalent of any black man being raised in the KKK saying, you know, Mom and Dad, I know you love, or grandparent, you know, I know you love being grand wizards in the Klan. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah. I know people give you nice gifts and tell you you're the best.
But, you know, now that I've realized that I'm black and that it's okay to be black, maybe you guys should realize you're black too and humans too, and that you shouldn't be in the Klan. Maybe, just maybe, it's shit and toxic and awful, and you should be ashamed of yourselves, and we can't have a good, healthy relationship, and you fucking stop it, right? And right. I get that. I totally get every bit of that.
Yeah.
So it's like, here's the thing. If they just believed, if they could find a way to have a version, if they could strip all the bullshit away from the religion and there's no hate left in it at all, there's no discussion left to have at all. But they aren't even close to doing that, right? Because they still say the book is perfect and the book still says you deserve to die, right? And you can't harmonize.
And even the best version of it says, well, you know, I don't personally think you deserve to die, but God does, or I think you'll come around, or I think he'll judge you in the end to be okay. And there's nothing about this that actually accepts. And here's the other thing about it. For my family, there's nothing about this that can be done honestly. I've now, in the relationship, introduced the idea that I don't think this religion is true. And I've actually further laid down the gauntlet. I really think you need to look into it. It's like I feel about Rebecca. I've now come to the point of telling you this is an issue of you either need to, you need to look into this. Like, you really need to look into this. Now, if you just refuse to, that's just, you know, I'm not going to pretend because that's why we're in this situation, right? I'm exposing the willful ignorance in my own family, and if they're just going to continue to be that, then it's fine. But yeah, I definitely think the bipolar comment was like, it was a really astute observation, and it sort of reminded me of that thing where it's like, yeah, you probably do. But again, that's another thing that is required of it. Like, I've reached that point of, number one, it's never okay to blame the bipolar on either side. If a bipolar person abuses you, that's abuse, right?
Right.
But if a bipolar person has a particular way of letting you know you've gone too far, the issue is still that you've gone too far. Now, you may not like their way of kicking feedback, but I don't ever, you know, lose it with people who say, "Good morning, Dr. Bundy, how are you?" And I think part of what makes bipolar so common is it was probably selected for, and it's probably because it I don't know, I gotta be honest with you, it kind of feels good to have severe boundaries at times. Mm-hmm. Because especially growing up a Christian, where I felt I should never have these boundaries, it feels so good to unleash my Uncle Inner Bobby, which is like, oh, hell to the no. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, nope. Ooh, is this me? Am I grown as fucking shit now? Ooh, I don't have to take no shit from nobody? Ooh, I like this. Oh, fam. Oh, my actual family? Oh, no. Well, I hate to be the one to break it to you, but look, here's how the new reality goes. You know what I mean? It just is where we're at this point, folks. But I'm gonna try to end this thing so I can play some cards with my dad, and maybe we'll pick this up tomorrow and do a part 2 or something. But we got a few more minutes. James, I wanna give you some time to give us maybe any comments or questions, and if not, I'll talk about some other stuff real quick before we.
So I just gonna.
But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll give a shout out first to everybody in the chat that we didn't slow down to say hi to. We do see you.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it, chat, for sure.
And have we seen Carrie Ann tonight? Has she been around?
She's in Gather right now. Yep.
Okay, I just wasn't sure. I didn't see her in chat when I was looking at her before.
Yeah, no, it's because she's in here.
Gotcha. Awesome. Hope she's doing well. So.
Yeah, I think James is gaming.
I am gaming.
I'm doing good, James.
Awesome.
It's Carrie Ann.
It's good to hear from you.
Yeah, I'm doing good.
Carrie Ann.
Awesome.
I'm just playing Pinochle.
Boom, there you go.
Right.
Jerome said, "How is Christianity equal to the KKK?" The first thing I hear when I come back.
Oh yes. Anytime. That's a long discussion, and we're going to wrap this up in a minute. But
you're okay. But yeah, you can say
Here's the thing. Here's the thing about race. Race isn't really about skin color. right? Race is about identity rooted in cultural tradition, cultural identity, right? Like, so we commonly think of it as a skin color issue, but it's just really not. If somebody's an albino, we don't say that they're a white man, right? If they're a black, if they were, if they're of African descent, right?
Right.
And I've got freckles. I don't suppose that really qualifies me as part black. It's not really about the pigmentation. It's just not. And so when we have something like Christianity, that apple didn't fall far from the Hebrew tree. It just really didn't. And we've talked about, or I should say, the guests have talked about this so often on Mythvision, and they're talking about the leading experts in those fields. They talk about this. The Hebrews were the KKK of their day, right? They were the white nationalists of their day. So this is why they had one word for their religion, their ethnicity, and their nation, because to them it was all the same damn thing. Right, this is how racist they were, and so when they had these rules about slaves, you could be somewhat brutal and still abusive to your Hebrew slaves, but within the context we recognize it as abuse. But they had lower standards back then, so they'd pat themselves on the back for how quote unquote good they were to their Hebrew slaves, which they like to call indentured servants. But you ain't going no fucking where until 7 years. Right, and even then, we're probably going to try to trick you into staying forever, manipulate you. And we all know how they did that. Like, I don't know if I want to get into that part or not. But then they had this completely other rule set for anybody that they would purchase as abducted, non-voluntary slaves from other nations. Oh, you can buy them from other nations. You can own them for life. You can hand them down as property. You can beat the shit out of them as long as they don't lose a tooth, an eye, or die within 2 days. Those were the fucking rules. And it's like, all of that was based on racism. It was all based on othering. If they're out-group, then their life matters less, if it matters at all. In fact, it doesn't matter except as utility. So if somebody in another nation has something you want, you just go take the shit. You kill them if they're in the way, enslave them if you want to, right? Again and again and again throughout the Old Testament, Christians make excuses for it. Jews make excuses for it. Some of them do anyways. The religious ones do. And so Christianity was actually born from a Jewish cult, right? It didn't one day start as Christianity. It merged gradually into this kind of different identity and different set of ideas. But they didn't completely diverge from their original ideas from the Hebrews. They didn't completely diverge from it. And so one of the things they kept is this othering. This, if you're not one of us, if you're not part of our people, our special chosen people, you don't even deserve to exist, and you're living on borrowed time. Because, okay, maybe our God isn't going to tell us tomorrow to go kill you and take your shit, but because he retired from that gig for some random reason nobody knows. But he's eventually he promised us he's eventually going to come for you, right? He's going to kill you brutally and violently. He's going to kill your children brutally and violently. And just maybe, if you're lucky, he won't torture you forever. We're still kind of debating about that point. It's a matter of interpretation, and we haven't quite sorted that out yet. But maybe if you're lucky, he'll just let you stay dead forever after that. The eternal discard of the extreme narcissist parent, right? You ain't shit. You ain't worth nothing if you don't serve the personal utility of interests for this malevolent, sociopathic, psychopathic, clinically narcissistic, super evil parent, right? You either prove useful as a utility to his ego, right? Or you don't even deserve to exist, right? And this is racism to an extreme, but Christians kid themselves to thinking it's not, because it's not about color, right? As if that's really the meaningful thing about racism. Obviously, that's not the meaningful thing about racism. And so,
Also, when you speak to it, it is the exact feeling. Sorry, I just want to say that's the feeling. That resonated as exactly what it feels like. And I also want to state that even something as simple as they want to point to, it's all about the bigger picture,
and ultimately it's like, for God so loved the world, he gave his only begotten, blah, blah, blah. So whosoever believeth in him shall not perish, but have eternal life. The KKK could do the same exact thing. Matter of fact, they quite often did. Rather than saying, I hate the heathen, it's not about that. It's just about that, there's the special hope, meaning and purpose that I find because I put my trust in the Lord for eternal life. Okay, but it's right there, right? And so you're stating it, if this is a black and white instance, you're stating it on the white side, the clean. You're taking the positive side. You're just saying, I just want a kingdom for people like me. And it gives me so much hope that there's a kingdom for sinners like I, right? And the KKK could do the same thing. They would say, we are just about, the wonderfulness of the white identity, right? And, it was sort of reinforcing of the white man's unique place in, whatever, right? Mm. But the fact that you stated it as, that side of this coin didn't change the coin. It's all about a kingdom for people like you, but nobody who doesn't believe in sweet, sweet Jesus. And any time you even go as far as to say something as like my mom would say, well, I don't hate you because you don't believe. Okay, then you don't agree with your God. And I put it just like that. So now we're operating on the fact that why are we not on the, same page about, and again, I know why, guys. I know she's not there yet. But again, that was the conversation we needed to have so that now she has time to reflect on what hopefully the next step looks like. And I'm actually quite confident that, it's just going to be a reasonable response. The other thing I wanted to say is that a lot of this progress that we all hope for is happened. So number one, a lot of this stuff you guys need to, or I think it's good to do for information finding. Right? It's a certain play, even in cards, right? Where, like, say in Pinochle, James, you play after me, and you always have to play a card higher than me if you can, right? And in Pinochle, like, if I play, like, a jack, if you have, like, a queen, you might just play a queen if you can, right? Because there's no point in this book. So you don't want to take it if you don't have to. So you might hide your ace, right? But if I play a queen or a king, it's much more likely I'm going to force the ace out of your hand. And so sometimes I actually want to throw away a different card just to find out what's in your hand. Basically, it's a fact-finding mission.
Yeah.
And so you find out things like my mom already told my grandparents I'm an atheist. They probably won't say things to me like praise the Lord on the phone anymore, right? My mom asked, what do I want from her? I made it clear, like, you should be able to look around the common areas of your home and, not see any religious idolatry that I would find offensive. You know what I mean? I think there's some clarity there, right? I think she's under the impression the home might already be good to go. My mom's not extreme with her decoration of her home in that regard, but she understood I got some anxiety because you just moved them cult leaders known as your parents, a.k.a. my grandparents, into your home. So this is, in fact, a relevant issue. Okay, now you know what that's about, right? You all should be on the same page now. If I mentioned really shouldn't be praying over meals. And gang, I'm just trying to set a moderate standard of what I think it looks like to accept that there are atheists in your life. And I made it very clear, and I think she understands, it's inappropriate to do things that basically instruct, like command, force someone or make them feel, isolated for not wanting to participate in a ritual of your religion, which, by the way, commands you to not make a show of prayer.
Right.
So I think there'll be a clear bar there. So while, yeah, I may have made my ultimate and what some people might feel unachievable request of, yes, I actually do think you should stop being a Christian. I feel great about how honest that is, how I gave a straight answer when asked about it. Right? Do you think everybody should stop being Christian? Yes, I'm actually glad you asked. Yes, I do. That would be great. Now, I wouldn't, right? And clarify, I wouldn't force everybody to, but yeah, I do think you should stop being a Christian. Feels good to get that off your chest. But what I'm saying is, in the interim, right? There's a lot of the social sort of accommodations that are what I was really seeking for in the first place, right? Mm-hmm. I just don't want to come home and be beat over the head with it.
Right.
And that does reasonably include not seeing reminders of your allegiance to a source of great trauma for me. Sorry, it just does. Mm-hmm. I don't want to see pictures of Jesus because Jesus is not about people. Jesus is not for heathens, straight up, right? It says right there. Mm-hmm. He whosoever shall believe in him shall not perish, but have eternal life. I am thoroughly and wholly in the perish bin. All right, so, and so I think that's gonna happen. It's all good. And matter of fact, they're probably halfway to that, or it's not really so decked out in Jesus as I thought. But you wouldn't know it unless you had a conversation, right? Right. The other thing is the timing. Like you said, I'm isolated for COVID, so I wanted to touch on that. I strategically knew. Guess what? I was very unlikely to go home for this holiday season anyway, for two reasons. Number one, COVID. Number two, given COVID, I'd much rather, do the holiday, Friendsgiving, atheist, missed all that shit. So we did that anyway. So it was timed strategically, so to speak, to blow it up because I ain't going to be there anyway.
Sure.
And so let this be the holiday season we deal with this, and then hopefully next holiday season is the one we don't have to.
Right.
Or at least whatever comes up from here on out, we're all on the same page about where we stand on it. You see what I'm saying? So I think, I'm happy about that because that's kind of something I realized. Like, look, I'm very unlikely to go home. So, look, it's time for them to because I figured they might need to have their own conversations and she might want to break it to them her own way and, kind of get them on the same page about, these type of things. So I actually feel like that's happening. You see what I'm saying? So, again, sometimes you just got to have the conversation to, one, initiate the growth, but then also to get some information about, on both sides, right? There's some information exchanging. Where are they at with certain things? What, can they reasonably be expected to do or not do? And then they're trying to find out, well, what does this mean for me? How does our relationship change? What is it you would actually like me to do differently? You see what I'm saying? And you get to have some of those conversations as well.
Yeah. Progress. And in the meantime, even if we're going to just assume for the sake of argument that their religion was true, which we know it's not, but assume it for a moment, think about it from that perspective too, because there are scriptures in Bibles that say, if you stumble somebody away from what they regard as the truth, then you're in even more trouble than the stumbled person, right? It specifically says that God will make you regret the day you were even born. That is some hardcore threat right there. And it's not directed at atheists. It's directed at Christians who offend people away from their religion unnecessarily, right? And so if you make it known that this stuff bothers you, you take it as hostile, you take it as troublesome, you take it as aggressive and unwelcoming and things like that. And if they're going to assume that their religion is true, that extra obligates them to behave in a way that makes you feel welcome. It extra obligates them.
The other, and it's unfortunate they're just not willing to even look into it that way, but it's so obvious.
Right.
The other thing I was going to say is, with regard to the time thing, like I said, I think there is a sense in which time heals wounds, but it's after you deal with it, right? In this case, I think it's a wound that's a lot harder to deal with because it was allowed to fester. Somebody in the chat said that earlier. I think it was Caterpillar and probably others. But now that you deal with it, there is a sense in which time can allow actual healing to take place. And I think that actually then gives both sides an actual reason to be more graceful, because you're on the other side of, okay, I've heard you out, we've had it out, we're both on the same page of let's move forward. Or because even some of the things that still bother me, like her trying not to have these conversations, I'm sure the next time I try to say, hey, it bothered me the way when I talked to you about my atheism, you treated it like something we shouldn't talk about. I think you need to realize this is important to me, and if we're going to be as close as we're both hoping, we can be, this needs to be something I can talk to you about. And she understands that because she already understands my frustrations with the way it affects the subject of my research, my teaching. I've been clear about the fact that even the people who harass me online ultimately do it a lot of times because they think they're on some sort of divine mission by God, and I represent the enemy in a very real holy war to them, which makes it thus a very real holy war to me, unfortunately. Because again, that harassment is very, very real. When somebody doxes my students because I'm on the other side of a holy war, we got a real problem. Right. So she understands that I'm not coming at Christianity because I just woke up one Sunday morning and didn't feel like going to church, right? This is a real issue for me. So I think we've made progress. But yeah, I got to get up out of here. Let me call my dad. Appreciate you guys so much for tuning in. We're going to head down to the Pinochle Lounge. Come link up with the gang and gather. And yeah, I'm sure we'll have more of these discussions. And again, I want to thank Tux and James for talking about this. Actually, appreciate their perspective. I think they were both, dead on in their own ways, with just different perspectives that, could not only both be perfectly dead on, but might both be the way to go at different times or in different situations. So. I really just appreciate the support for the community and the opportunity to get to reflect on that discussion. So thank you guys so much, and I hope that me and James will get to chat about this stuff more in the future. And thanks so much for joining me here in Gather, James.
Yeah, thanks to you too. See you guys later.
All right, gang. In the name of the Darwin, the Dawkins, and the Christopher Hitchens, science bless y'all. Poof.
Why she wanna leave me alone? Saying all I do is wrong. No rights, only been left turns. Playing her, she gotta let it burn. Saying that the house not a home. Sunshine cause she heard it all before. Sometimes she don't wanna be alone. Most times she don't want me gone. She don't know I try my all. She don't know I sprung in the sun, but I'm going in the winter, so we good to the fall. Remember how I told you I get it and I win. Now I'm got it, you ain't answer my call. Wonder if I've been moving too strong. Maybe I just been moving too balls. Really hate when the feeling get lost. Nowadays she just dodge my calls. And the game throwing laws like Paul. Young legend Miss John like Wall. And I wish you never met like Carl. Thick game lay it down like law. Made plans but you canceled them all. I was just trying to splurge in the mall. Now I'm home stacking bread till you call. It's time to roll. She tryna slide. We smoking Zah. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna ride. We smoking. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl.
We smoking that side. I'm tryna get high. She said that she not ready for lust. I waste my time. I got demons in my closet. I can't hide. I did all my exes wrong. They wish I died. Damn, I tried. They won't believe me when I say this. Oh my God, what a blessing. Hello Phoenix, that's my twin. I told these hoes they won't get my heart again, not again. Cause they went missing when I needed just a friend.
They went missing, yeah, they all went missing. They don't want no smoke, they hit the blunt and started tripping. My daughter about to be 5, I ain't got no time to be bitching. I'm still reminiscing, we ain't had no food in the kitchen. I gotta go and stack.
Victory, 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 victory. Yeah, my dad said he's tired, so I didn't end the stream. So
Angels have even dispatched from Africa right now. Africa right now. Africa right now. From Africa right now.
I didn't end the stream. So look, let me get Myron Bot in here. All right. Myron Bot needs to. Oh, Carrie Ann's in the middle of a goddamn game. I bet.
She's still in the office.
All right. I'm sure she'll come down when she's done. All right, let's make sure I get this all set up correctly. Let's get Myron Bot on his damn tile. I need to move Sambot. He's like in the worst spot ever. All right, that's good to go. I'm over here. Nice. All right, let's do this damn thing. All right, so AR, you can see back there?
Yeah.
All right, nice.
Framework. Like
forgot to mute my bot.
Logic isn't going to be a strong point for them. It's just not. Being fair and being understanding, So, they can only give what they can give. They're at where they're at, too. Just like we're at our own unique place in our journey, so are they. So all we can do is let people meet us on their terms, let them know where we stand and what we want, and see if they'll make the investment with us or if they won't. That's all we can do. So all I can say is I wish him well about it. But it's frustrating when somebody like Peter W. comes into the chat and starts talking about how, Christianity's this altruistic force of good in the world, and that we're shortchanging it when we see faults in it that aren't there. And I'm like, come on, we're not making this stuff up, right? What are your thoughts?
If Jay needs help, I'd certainly do my best to help him. And I'll just leave it at that. If if you need help, let me know. I'll try to be there for you as well. Just build this community. Be sincere. Be yourself.
Yeah.
We got a long ways to go. I would like to ask what the best part of the Brady interview with Derek. Is there a...
All right. So, cool. All right. I made it through their conversation about that, which is awesome. I was hoping to get to do that, and I think
I wish James was still here, but it's all good. He was for most of it. So yeah, we're still live because my dad said that he was tired, so I'm just gonna let him go to bed because I've got some stuff to do around the studio anyway, and then I just want to chill out and hang out and gather. So, but I'm glad that I'm not gonna say I'm glad that, but I'll take advantage of that and kind of have a little bit more time to reflect on James's conversation with Tux again. I really appreciate both of their intentions there in that conversation. I do believe Tux is right in the sense of it is better to have a marriage mentality. And I believe that I've, gone with that approach overall, but just to a fault. And I think the problem is when you're dealing with narcissist or that type of playbook, which in my family is just to be honest, I think it's just what Christianity is. I do agree with James that there's a sense in which it hurts very deeply for someone to be so attached to something they're so wrong about. I remember this from earlier in my journey with marijuana, actually. I was deeply invested in the idea that drugs were bad, just as your run-of-the-mill Christian kid. And, that marijuana was, probably, a gateway drug and, just that whole bullshit tip about marijuana and how dangerous it was. And so we did. It led to a point where It led to a point where, how do I say this? It went as far as like, it's like this is a bonus show for the hardcores that stay through the real end of the stream. That's what this is. This is like an extra little tidbit bonus show for those that are still gathered. Appreciate y'all. But no, seriously, I wanted to think about this stuff. I appreciate that conversation. And to be honest, I plan to only have a brief stream today and then, take care of some things in the studio. But I thought this was something I wanted to talk about because I think a lot of us are actually dealing with this tension in our own way. On one side, we're pretty, and this is why, again, I've touched on some of those more difficult questions. A couple of the questions of the day have been, do you self-identify as an atheist? Why? Because if you do, it's almost like, for me, a form of thinking about that in itself as an identity. And that was the crazy thing to me. You hear all this talk about culture wars and identity politics. Remember, the thing for me is like, if we're going to sit here and say, you got to take care of what's an existential threat to somebody's safety. If weaponizing somebody's identity is a threat to their safety, if it's fucked up to, discriminate or be prejudiced against somebody just because of their identity, because then that just means they are all types of fucked up simply for existing. So you can't hate on an LGBT person because of their identity. You can't hate on a black person because of their identity. You shouldn't hate on a senior citizen because of their identity. You shouldn't hate on a woman because of her identity. Of course. You shouldn't hate on someone who's Jewish, right? We have all these conversations about anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism is on the rise. we're alarmed about that. Racism seems like it's, we're trying to fight racism in a way like never before. Yet somehow it seems like, the all of the crazy incidents in pouring out of racism and racist dog whistling is somehow on the rise, or at least still so alarmingly normalized that it's like, man, are we really making progress right now, or is it getting worse? Not sure. Again, I'm not talking about on the grand arc of fucking history. Of course, being not slaves is not better. Not slaves is better than being slaves. But I'm talking about right now. Is our trajectory like, which way are we trending? And it's, all of that's a problem. You got to make sure you express your discomfort and displeasure with Islam as a religion and not Muslim people. So then why is it okay to just be all about, parading your religious identity in a way that is exclusive of non-believers, all up in places where that shouldn't even happen? Literally, the motherfucking patriots are constantly telling us that they're voting for people based on who is the candidate for God. Now, you might sit up in here and say, okay, well, my family isn't voting for those people. But at the same time, if you come out as one of those non-believers who doesn't feel like they're represented in the government because of shit like this, why are they fixing to sit here and tell us, like, why they still have to associate with that faith? Why aren't they trying to, like, you know what I'm saying? It's like they're not, it's weird, but like, it's weird, but for me, I don't know. I guess I'm dealing with this thing, man, like, where I do feel like being someone's friend, being in somebody's support system usually requires some follow-up. I've always wanted the type of friends, and I guess needed the type of friends who show up for me, and wanted to be the type of friend who shows up for people. Like, I'll say this, like, I have a certain disdain for people like Rebecca Davis, but I've seen some additional ugly behavior from Rebecca Davis on literally some offline shit to some of my friends, and the level of outrage, and there is no way to explain how satisfying it would be to super kick this bitch in the face. Like, it's just, it requires some follow-up. There's no way I could ever sit and chill and pal around with a person like that after the way they've come at people I know and love without us first having to address that. Now, I know not everybody rocks like that, but yeah, I mean, I guess I'm guilty as charged. So I'm not saying that to like brush it off as much as I'm accepting it, because honestly, it's kind of my current struggle. From where I sit, like, a lot of people I talk to, I think the best place to watch this play out is on Hot Program, actually. Because my one black friend is somebody I really like and we all know really love, and Hot Program is sort of on the tip that, like, we agree, about so many things, and we try to make those conversations interesting. But if we can find where we have a difference of perspective on things, that would that would be interesting as well. And we try to play with that. It kind of makes it like a hot program. And we're very different people, so a lot of times, you'll. We kind of get the good cop, bad cop dynamic going, so to speak. But I realized that it's good for me to be able to talk about that, because I'm able to talk to him about the way it kind of frustrates me, where I've felt lost, because when I have particular challenges in life, it's like everybody's coming with me with the need to understand where the other person's coming from and how difficult it must be, and like basically why they can't act right. Where for me, I've always just had to fucking act right. And if I didn't act right, there was always consequences, straight up. And I guess part of, not being with the majority identity in whatever way in a lot of the situations I was in, or like most people, just not being in a position of much influence and power and authority in your own life as you're, before you kind of get your own independence. It is very hard to realize, especially how hypocritical it is, right? Everybody talks about how bad racism is. But then you find yourself in a situation where everybody knows they're dealing with a racist, or let's just say, racism, being the flavor of the soup that's served in the kitchen that day. And people aren't calling it out. People aren't dealing with it. So then you're sitting here like, well, fuck off. Why do I have to be invested in this group? Why do I have to play it straight? Why am I still trying to do the right thing? And you do, of course. And in some ways, that's a real test of your character. If you try to be the best person you can be, in spite of the fact that you see a lot of hypocrisy around you. But it's very tough to deal with. And again, like James was talking about, it's very alarming when you realize that you were raised on the tip to hate kind of yourself and hate the person that you've become, and you have the fortune to grow out of it, but now the misfortune to realize your loved ones haven't. It's it's tough to deal with. It's tough to deal with, but it's not too tough to deal with. I think we can deal with it. To be kind of honest with you guys, I don't think the situation's as bad as we think it is. I do think that this is a difficult subject for people to deal with. And I do think that there's a lot of people who maybe can't or won't ever fully let go of the whole Christian thing. But I think there are, if we think of progress or success as a spectrum of outcomes, I think we'll find that, number one, there's a surprising number of people who really have never been challenged. And because they've never really been challenged, they haven't had the opportunity yet for anybody to see how they would really handle it. And I think sometimes we'll realize they're not going to handle it well, because they're not like us. They haven't been out here all the time. They don't really know the game, for lack of a better way to put it. And so they might just metaphorically handle it with a whole bunch of kicking and screaming and tactics and platitudes and doublespeak, and you just see a side of a person that's not necessarily their best because they're dealing with a topic that makes them feel particularly vulnerable, so they do what vulnerable people do. But a lot of times that will actually lead, and it'll lead them down that road. It'll put that pebble in their shoe. It'll be something they reflect on, even if they don't concede to it or agree to it or admit to it right away. Over time, it'll plant that seed that gets them to look into something or check something out or take in a perspective a little bit differently. And sometimes you will be the difference maker that gets them headed down that road to deconversion. Other times, you will at least spark the conversations about what you need in the relationship. And I think that's a really important step. The bonus of that is that it really, in a great way, is it's like a coming out. For me, this community is so important. I hate to say it, but I couldn't even take the next step of my career without being like, hold up, I gotta tell you guys, the shit I got going on with my homeboys in the counter apologetics, I don't know, that might be kind of the deal, right? And it's almost like, it's so important to me, I needed to be celebrated even, or understood and accepted in my professional environment. And so I felt like I'm hiding because I felt like I couldn't truly feel like I'm going home, for whatever that means for you, and then hide something so important to me. It was like decisions about, could I go home for 3 days and not smoke weed for them 3 days? Sure. Am I ever going to do that? Fuck, hell no. When I was in a poly relationship, could I have said, hey, look, my family's probably not really comfortable with the poly thing, so, can I just bring a girlfriend home or neither of y'all? You know what I mean? They would have been like, do what you got to do to keep things okay with your family. Would I have actually done that? No. Whether it was a family thing, a thing with their family or friends, a thing with my boss, again, with my work or something like that, I'm either +2 or I'm +0. Because that's my life. If my life is I have 2 girlfriends and you're not comfortable with somebody rolling through a dinner with 2 girlfriends, that is your problem. I don't understand why you give a fuck or what it changes. But literally, Rich Lenski, my motherfucking boss and the most influential figure in my field at the time, and still to this day, and it was like, I was like, Rich, he'd always send out the stuff, hey, we're going to Crunchies, we're doing this, we're doing that, if you guys want to bring a friend or whatever, if you're plus, hey, Rich, is it cool if I'm +2? Yeah, absolutely. All right, cool, thanks. Now, something we didn't get to speak on when James was here was one of the things that really was pivotal in this. Man, I want to talk. I'll tell James this story at some point. But my mom, uninvited me to her wedding during the time I was in the poly relationship. That was devastating to me, especially because, her parents not coming to her second wedding because they don't believe in divorce was, incredibly devastating to her. And I don't even think she realized at the time how much she was recapitulating that same devastating feeling for me when she did that. So, that was, that was the tough thing. But to me, it's like that's eventually how atheism is. Like, you realize, again, I never set out to be poly, right? I never really even got into that whole deal. Looking back at it, I could say I probably have a history of being involved with multiple people. I started at a young age. But, even now, that doesn't feel as much like my identity because I'm very flexible. Like, I feel like I've been in poly relationships. I've been in monogamous relationships. But even just as somebody who's been in poly relationships, nevertheless, do I feel that that's something that's, inflexible about me? It's not. But that's just me personally. Nevertheless, I realize when people say things about that, people who identify that way or live that type of life, I realize now they're talking about people I identify with or people I know or, a situation I have experience with. And just because I'm not on the far end of the I only can enjoy a relationship if it is this particular form of relationship, that does not change how I feel about how incredibly hurtful and wrong it is to exclude a loved one or family or friend because they are, again, just different in a way that you can't come to grips with because of something that is going on with you. And I know that religion's a very tough category of personal problem, but, I'm just trying to enlighten some of the ways that it affects people because I think when you start to think about it, it might hopefully help us all work through ways of talking about different ways we've been affected by this type of stuff. It feels that same way to me now about atheism. Same way about bipolar. Like, I accept that people see bipolar as disorder. I'm cool with that. Honestly, disorder is a word. To me, it's not even a quote-unquote bad word. Like, literally, like, I'm not trying to deny that bipolar is a disorder. Disorder just isn't a bad word to me. To be honest, if you think about terms like anarchy and, different terms that make us think mechanically on other systems about the effects of disorder, disorder is pretty cool. Maybe I'm biased because I have a disorder, but I personally, if you put me in the, can we, it's like a Mario Kart tour where you can be on Team Bowser or Team Peach, Team Princess Peach, right? If I can be on Team Order or Team Disorder, come on. Y'all know all the cool kids are on Team Disorder. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Y'all know ain't nothing but nerds and squares on Team Order. Yes, I'm Team. Oh, no, I'm Team. Everything needs to be done in an orderly, normative fashion, and you need to be well within the range of the population mean or one standard deviation on all facets, or you need to be all types of institutionalized and eternally fucked up ultimately because you are just all types of wrong. Nah, like all it means if you say somebody with hearing loss has a hearing disorder is you're saying there's a certain order to the way our system normally regulates hearing. And the way this person's system regulates those same systems is not according to the same form and fashion as the statistical norm. To me, as a scientist who is always having to think about differences in populations and differences between individuals and what does it really all mean at the end of the day, given my reflection of how I really feel about evolution, where variation, right, differences is not a problem. There isn't an essence, right? There's another irresolvable difference between science and religion. You know, the creator and all this shit is perfect, and man is a reflection of his perfection because, of course, God has to be perfect, and man is in his imperfect image, but then sin, and that's why blah, 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 right? No, right? Actually, in evolution, just like variation is the essence of a population. Evolution doesn't work without variation, so you have to have differences. So when you see all these things, and when we just say somebody's system is not constructed with the same, you know, form and function as the norm, that's just one of the consequences of having variation in the system that we need. So if somebody can't hear, they're not broken. There's nothing wrong with them. It's just, you know, their system, you know, processes those particular phenomena, sound, feel, whatever the feedback is, differently than others. Somebody who has bipolar, just the way their system regulates their mood is just different than the way other people's system regulate their mood. They're not broken. They're not fucked up. They don't need to be fixed. Like they have the way most people are regulated, and then they have the way their shit's regulated. And the way their shit's regulated sometimes has to be treated, but it has to be treated because of what you might call side effects, potential side effects that might lower the quality of life of that particular individual or others in their life. And so we do our best to mitigate those effects, and those people have to play their role in participating in that process voluntarily. But it literally says nothing about their status as human beings. It's literally just distribution of people. They're over here. A lot of other people are over here somewhere. Who gives a shit? Moving on. It's literally doesn't mean anything. That's the problem. It literally means nothing. People keep getting this twisted. It's not like, oh, well, we don't have to attach so much negative. Why? Don't attach any meaning. Doesn't mean shit. Deaf hearing doesn't mean it. Different. All it means is different. You want meaning? Variation. There's your meaning. Moving on. Some people schizophrenic. Some people are not. If you have a schizophrenic friend in your life, good for you. I've had a schizophrenic friend in my life who, guess what, at times was literally the most reliable, consistent, come through in the clutch, do what I actually need to be done to get some shit fucking done at a most critical time in my life person ever. Matter of fact, still, anytime he calls me, hits me up, what's up, Mitch? I'm just calling to check on my president. What's up, Mitch? Good to hear from you, baby. You know what I'm saying? Like, nothing wrong with him. It's just different. Don't mean he's unreliable, nothing. One of the smartest people I know, one of the technologically gifted people I know, all that shit. Nothing wrong with him. Just different. We're all different. We all have our shit to deal with. Do you know what is wrong with somebody who is morbidly fucking obese, y'all? You guessed it. Not a goddamn thing. Congratulations, you passed quiz question number 1. Let's move on to question number 2. What is wrong with somebody who is in a fucking coma? You guessed it. Not a goddamn thing. You know what I'm saying? We have to even think about when we say, quote unquote, what's wrong, right? We're really saying what's different. And yeah, there is consequences to that state, right? And so we say wrong, but you got to remember, it's just a euphemism, y'all. It's just a word we use. When somebody says, what's wrong with me? I have a headache, right? There's nothing gross about me because I have a headache. It just means there's a consequence. My head is hurting right now. Take a pill, that's no longer wrong with me. And we kind of need to think about it the same way. If somebody tells you, hey, Jay, I'm LGBTQ, I'm like, cool, are you telling me because there's some way in which you're suffering that I can be of assistance to you? If so, commence with the letting me know how I can help you. Beyond that, great. Glad to have more information about you. Good to go. You know, and at the end of the day, I just had to realize atheism is in that class to me. To me, like, I see atheism needing to be thought about in the same protected class as religion. And I'm actually happy to hear that there have been some legal cases that have, you know, really pressed that forward. But I think it needs to be a lot more commonplace in our everyday consciousness. I do not think it's okay for political figures to you know, talk about their religion in the public sphere during very formal civic occasions. I actually think it's a disrespect to our system of government. I'm being totally honest with you, y'all. I really do. I'm not saying that to be, you know, controversial or some shit like that. I'm just telling you my opinion. I think if you take the civic process seriously, then like, yo, this moment is about the civic process. If you have the opportunity, for instance, to be mayor of the city, this is your opportunity to pay respects and dignity to the civic process, to the city, to everybody. For you to get up in here and say, I want to first and foremost give all praise and glory to my God, who I would not be here without. That is just you doing a private celebration in public, and you should have kept it in private. Guess what? If I were elected mayor, I would absolutely, number one, be trying to get my fuck on. Number two, be trying to get all types of high. And number three, whatever I normally drink, I'm going to do a little extra bit of drinking. You know when I would not do that? You guessed it. During my motherfucking inauguration speech. So I really don't give a shit about how much a religion means to you and how much you just have to celebrate by giving praise and glory to your motherfucking God. Do it on your own time. That is not going to, because it's just not inclusive. And I think we need to have a new training from kindergarten on about why you just keep religion from now on as a private part of your life, as part of the, you know, a more inclusive way for us to interact socially, publicly. It's the same thing for my family. I'm not telling my family, well, I am telling my family, if y'all want to love me right, y'all just can't keep identifying with this cult that hates people like me, because that's the truth. But I'm also saying it like, part of what we're not being honest about is this is a thing that's caused division in our family. So I'm going to just say how I feel, y'all. Since I was a child, our family has treated the people who are not like uppity Christian Negroes, for lack of a better way to put it, as like they were just not on the right tip. They had too much sex outside of marriage. potential influence with, drugs and alcohol. They listened to bad music. They hung out with questionable people, right? We basically treated people in our own family like they were too hood for us. Now, a lot of that is wrapped up in classism and our conflating Christianity and upward mobility and all of this type of nonsense. But it is, in fact, what happened. And like I said, it's like we had, LGBT fam, that came up, and I felt like, we never really dealt with that correctly. And that's just one example of a relationship that was damaged, for decades. And then it was that distance. Like, I remember, so for instance, like when I was really young, we had this holiday occasion where it was like 4 generations sitting around the table at once, right? Because it would have been me, my mother's generation, my grandfather's generation, and my great-grandfather. I think this was when my great-grandmother was still alive. And it was crazy just having everybody together there in California. And we've had other times like this in my grandmother's house. And then I remember over the years, like, showing up to my grandmother's house for Easter, it just quickly, like, dwindled. And it got to the point where holiday time, family gatherings tightened to just being our immediate family. I feel like a lot of families probably experience this. And then one is that is, we live in a different time, different communication, different travel. Everybody grows up and moves to the 4 corners of the earth. And, it's harder to keep everybody in under one roof for turkey. But to me, it was always very clear that, especially because geography wasn't the reason, everybody was more or less in North Jersey, totally within driving distance. It just went from everybody prioritizing, let's get together as a family, everybody get together under one roof and spend the day together, to, the people who, like me, my mom, whoever, my stepdad, I guess, or whatever, and my grandparents, and then everybody else. And I had some cousins who were, Tahir was around more, LaToya was around more, but more and more it was just like people would just pop in and say hi, they're in and out and dipping, and it was just clear that they weren't into it. And I felt like we just ignored it. Like, we just ignored how much people didn't want to be around that because it was so intense. So I think the kind of alienation became the norm. So, I don't know. It's weird. Hey, Lena, welcome back. So, yeah, it felt like the, time to kind of wrestle with that, because I feel like, again, that's one of the unspoken costs of all of this. The other thing that's interesting is, I think leaving religion is the best thing a person can ever do. It's hard. It's weird in the sense that it might be one of the hardest things a person could do, but I think it's getting easier. I don't think it's that hard. I think it's getting easier every day. I heard Uncle Bobby's recent stream, and he was saying it's just harder to lie to kids the way they lied to, people his age. And so I just think there's more and more deconversion. I kind of told my mom, it's like a lot of people are deconverting, and I really meant what I said. I said, I think you should look into it. And I think that kind of caught her really off guard. And then I kind of got more serious, because I kind of half expected her to just say, I'll look into it, almost as like a token thing. and she got really defensive about that, which, to me says, she doesn't like to make say she's going to do something and not follow up with it. She's very serious about, following through with her word and all that, whatever. But yeah, I think that was that was weird to me. I was kind of caught off guard by that defensive reaction, just as much as she was caught off guard probably by that suggestion. But
can I ask you a question?
Absolutely, Carrie Ann, go for it.
I would like to know if the peace of mind you got as a Christian, that feeling inside that we're told is the spirit in you,
Yeah.
And the feeling of that knowledge now, where you are, who you are, that feeling inside. Which one's greater?
Oh, that's a really good question. Honestly, I think the Christianity is.
It is?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Even as an atheist, I found myself feeling like, that sense of belonging I got in a church, even knowing I don't belong. Even in the church that, like, in my church, get this, in my church, I wasn't allowed to be a member. This is how deep it was. I would say wasn't allowed to be a member, but I couldn't be a member because what happened was you weren't allowed to be, you couldn't be a member unless you signed the statement of faith. It was one of those churches where, you could do whatever you want, you could be on the worship team, whatever, but you're always a guest unless you actually sign the statement of faith.
Okay.
And so I remember when I tried to basically say, is there a way I could be a member and not sign a statement of faith? It's like, no. All right, well. But
yeah.
But here's the crazy part. I went to membership classes anyway.
Well, obviously.
Just so that I could feel like I went through the process, and just so that everybody in the church would know that I had gone through the process. Like, whatever. Who cares, right? You see what I'm saying? Like, but yeah, it was like, even as an atheist, the feeling of belonging in that culture, in that group, was so, like, crazy.
Oh, no, I'm not talking about that feeling.
Okay.
I'm talking about the feeling of knowing that God is there and looking out for you.
Oh, fuck no. No.
Or, just that knowing that you're God's being, that feeling in you. To knowing who you are now, yourself, and the way the world is around you now. Which one brings you more peace?
I don't know, because I think for me it was always the best feeling came from that sense of belonging.
Really?
Yeah, I think.
Well, I'm screwed up from childhood, so yeah.
No, I like I definitely, I can remember times of, like, say, driving to school, and it's a really sunny day where you can feel the sun on you as you're driving, like, in your car.
Yeah, right? Those are good days.
And just feeling that sense of awe at, the notion of a God, and knowing
now,
that.
You see, for me,
yes.
I felt that same feeling, but it wasn't God. It never was. It was just my world. It's what's around me. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
So I never had that God association with that.
So I remember times like that. Even as belief becomes further from me, because it comes behind. Sometimes I think now I almost want to reinterpret my history and, like, push my doubts further and further back.
Yeah.
Which is weird.
I don't know. I have doubts. There's things we don't know. There's tons of unknowns. But I'm cool with it. I don't need an answer. Because why do I need an answer? It doesn't put food on my table. It doesn't pay my bills. It doesn't take care of the neighbor up the road that needs some help. Or,
Right.
It's not knowing isn't the issue, not doing, I think, or not being.
Yeah, it doesn't bother me. I don't know. Now it's really weird. It's almost like Santa Claus to me in a sense, where I think it's perfectly fine to grow up that way, but it really increasingly become, I don't know. I don't think there's a good form about it, and it's hard for me because I don't think it's a good thing. I think that may make me different than most atheists. I don't know if most of the people in our chat, because think about it, to be an atheist, you just have to believe that, well, you just don't believe, right? You just don't believe in a God. So I think a lot of people in the chat think, I don't believe in a God, but, there are probably forms of religion that are good to go. I kind of think the default is religion is inherently bad. Like, really bad. And I think
organization created by human minds in order to create a hierarchy to, basically herd some ideal. Yeah, it's a cult setup. Religion in itself, the fact that it's written down into an organization like that, kind of sets it up to be.
I almost now that I sometimes resent. Like, I resent the fact that I feel like religion's not true. They're on some bullshit, but I constantly have to deal with feeling bad for being the person that doesn't want to go along with it. But to me, it's far beyond. It's not true.
You shouldn't feel bad about it. Why feel bad about it? There's nothing to feel bad about.
Yeah, and I'm still learning that. Yeah.
And you'll get there. I think it's more worrying about how people see you, seriously. Because these are your parents, grandparents,
Right.
And you want them to see who you are. But parents are parents, and sometimes they're idiots. And all they see is the kid.
They're just people, they're just people, and they've had particular blind spots, and we're all trying to deal with that and maintain our relationships, and but yeah, I think we
have
can
a
make
hard
progress
time
even though
looking
it's hard.
past that.
Yeah, I think so. I'll definitely keep everybody posted, and we'll see what happens next, and I don't know. I'm appreciative of all the support, and we've definitely done a few streams about it. And if anybody wants to talk more about this, I think for me, I want to definitely do more. You guys know I want to do more about politics. I like keeping the streams about current events. I want to do more about relationships, and I want to do more fun stuff. Obviously, where the main shift is towards the daytime, towards the science content and the work, and really doing the kind of office streams. I guess I'm reflecting more on the entertainment side, but I've really been thinking about how I think I want this to maybe be my niche in the counter apologetics. I think, to me, science is wonderful. Ooh, look, let me put it in the way I want to reflect on the movie, The Sound of Metal.
without spoiling the movie. It's just, to me, atheism isn't like something that I feel like needs to be tolerated or dealt with. It's just something that if a person accepts about themselves, they'll benefit from being in community with other people where that's the norm. And then you really won't want to live in a world where it isn't. And to me, it's kind of like stepping outside of that sort of safety with my identity just is so unbearable to me. I just don't want to do it anymore. I don't want to work somewhere I wouldn't feel safe being an out-and-out atheist. You know what I'm saying? If atheism is... I'm not trying to work somewhere where people are like, oh, Jay, are you LGBT? You're good to go. No. I want to work somewhere. If I fucking want to come to work in drag today, I'm coming to work with my fucking RuPaul's Drag Race vest on in the motherfucking office. Say something, bitch. Okay? If there's an office party and I got like 14 hunky boyfriends, every single one of them motherfuckers is coming with me, carrying me in. And if you do not accept that that is how I feel my best making an entrance to a party, you can go fuck yourself. Y'all, I'm the type of person who I'm like, so when I finally stop this whole COVID thing and I go to a work conference and all my colleagues are gathered by the hundreds, potentially thousands in a conference center, and I have to give a talk about my research, do I go with the Heartbreak J entrance, or do we do Purple Haze, or what about Black Darwin? I'm not quite sure how I'm gonna want to go. Right? Like, imagine, like, no, like you need. I feel the need to just be accepted and loved for who I am, however I want to be, and present myself. And unfortunately, yeah, y'all, I don't tolerate Christianity anymore. Carrie, that feels bad. Like, you're supposed to be tolerant. I can tolerate Christian people in my life, but I'm not going to tolerate Christianity. I feel like that Thurman Trees video. You shouldn't respect people who have beliefs that aren't respectable. So I'm just not with it. But look, we got to get it. I just
don't care what they think.
Yeah.
I really don't.
Yeah, that's a great way to be.
I do what makes me feel like I'm doing what's right for me. That's it.
Sorry, I'm Jesus intolerant. Exactly. Yeah. That's pretty much the deal. I am Jesus intolerant. All right, y'all. Look, come link up with us and gather. I want to eat some food and watch some shows, play some Mario Kart. Appreciate everybody. Appreciate all the love and support. Decided to go along a little longer since we're not playing cards. Thank y'all so much. I think actually we should start with the episode of Cheers. And yeah, let's get it going, gang. In the name of the Darwin, the Dawkins, and the Christopher Hitchens, thank you guys so much. We'll see you tomorrow. Poof.
Why she wanna leave me alone? Saying all I do is wrong. No rights, only been left turns. Playing that she gotta let it burn. Saying that the house not a home. Sunshine cause she heard it all before. Sometimes she don't wanna be alone. Most times she don't want me gone. She don't know I try my all. She don't know I sprung in the sun, but I'm going in the winter, so we good to the fall. Remember how I told you I get it and I win. Now I got it, you ain't answer my call. Wonder if I've been moving too strong. Maybe I just been moving too balls. Really hate when the feeling get lost. Nowadays she just dodge my calls. In the game throwing laws like Paul. Young legend Miss John like Wall. And I wish you never met like Carl. Thick game lay it down like law. Made plans but you canceled them all. I was just trying to splurge in the mall. Now I'm home stacking bread till you call. It's time to roll. She tryna slide. We smoking Zah. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna ride. We smoking. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl.
We smoking